Welcome to Flavor Country.
Hello, and welcome. Uh, YOLO Bong and stuff. Thanks so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. And hello to everyone else who happens to be tuning in. It's been a while, I think, since I've actually streamed from my home covering science and news. I think I've mostly been doing workout streams for the past, 2 or 3 weeks. Either way, it feels way too long. But there are reasons, one particular reason as to why I haven't been able to stream science and news in the past few weeks, largely due to the fact that my part-time job is kind of like almost like no longer part-time, or rather it's becoming like way more demanding. And yeah, I'm basically like working way more hours. Oh, and Bob Marley, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always happy to see you. But like, yeah, as much as like I want to stream more, I also have to like, it seems like, my position with the company is kind of like moving in a full-time direction, or I should say the potential for a full-time position. Because I really have to kind of weigh my pros and cons, or I don't know, make some tough decisions in terms of like, I definitely, I cannot pursue the full-time PhD and a full-time job. That's definitely, I'm usually pretty good at balancing things, but I know for sure I can't balance that. In addition to going to the gym, that is just like way too much on my plate. So something has to give, and I'm not exactly sure what is going to give. Yeah, so Bob, I've definitely been entertaining that idea of, pretty much doing the mirror image, instead of full-time PhD, part-time job, it could just be full-time job, part-time PhD. But even then, I think that poses some challenges in terms of like, realistically speaking, would I be able to like, I don't know, go in on the weekends to, pursue my PhD work, or like after a long an 8-hour day of work, I go and do some research in the lab. I can maybe pull that off for a couple of months, but I foresee myself potentially burning out under those circumstances. Maybe. Or like putting the PhD on pause. I'm kind of like weighing my options. What seems to be like most certain is that my job or my position will become full-time. At least based off of conversations that I'm having, and I guess like little hints that are being dropped, and pressure, a little bit of pressure that's being placed of like the company where it's at now and the growth that we have achieved up until this point has been great. But now, and I've been a part of that, but now, understandably, they require like a little bit more investment on my part, because like we're sort of at a critical point in the growth of the company of like trying to scale up, trying to like make some, I guess, bigger moves and grow as a company, as a biotech startup. And so like basically in the next month or so, I probably have to make that tough decision. What exactly it is that I want to do. Seems like almost guaranteed that come December, they will almost certainly want me to start working full-time and for hours. Which I'm happy to do. Like, my only hesitation is just like, yeah, what do I do with the PhD? So that's the next one question. Is this a bad thing? Obviously, like, yeah. At the end of the day, this is not a bad thing, right? Like, the tough decision of like, oh, finish the piece of paper or make more paper in the form of money, right? It really just boils down to, what type of paper am I going to value for the next little while? Is it, the degree paper or, the financial paper? And I'm not too sure yet. But I'm leaning towards like, I don't know, putting the PhD on pause and just like pursuing this for a year. Because realistically speaking, I don't think part-time PhD is going to be all that productive, probably. And I'm also trying to like weigh the pros of like, if I have a full-time position with the company, that comes with it, greater access to finances or money, basically. And I would be able to like funnel that into like the stream, doing more workout streams because I can afford to rent out the space way more. And I don't have really, I have like 2 channel emotes, I think, so I can actually like, pay a graphic artist to like design hopefully high quality channel emotes and a whole bunch of other things that I would want to implement. Like basically, and I should be able to stream more, hypothetically, just because if I'm devoted to like full-time employment for this company, you know, I'm able to focus on that, and I don't have like the PhD research looming, or it's not just another thing that I have to balance. Like, yeah, I'd have more time. I should have more time to stream. Not only workout streams, but science and news streams as well. Yeah, so that is an excellent question, Bob Marley. I haven't really looked into it, but I'm like almost 100% sure that I can only like put the PhD on pause for a certain amount of time. Maybe I would assume it's like, you know, the maximum that I can like, you know, just pause it or take a break from it is like a year. But I don't actually know for sure. Or maybe that's not even an option, right? I have, like I said, that's not something I've looked into, but I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, like you have the option of like, if for example you take a leave of absence for whatever reason, like, you know, well, some graduate students, you know, start families and have children, and so like they have to like put their graduate studies on pause, etc., etc. So like, part of me sort of, you know, is also entertaining the idea of, as you pretty much said, Bob Marley, like put it on pause for a year, the PhD, and just commit to this for a year, and then reassess whatever a year later, assuming you know I last with the company for the year, which I should, but there's no guarantees with anything, right? But like, yeah, it is a privileged position to be in. I will fully recognize that, right? This is, as they say, first world problems. At the end of the day, like, I'm not in any sort of like dire straits. This is a matter of like, you know, well, what type of like good outcome do I want to, what direction that I want to go in, or like what good direction do I want to go in? So like, none of these are bad things. I'm like, yeah, totally a privileged position that I'm hoping I don't take for granted, because, you know, I got this job with the company as a result of like some of the expertise that I've acquired throughout the PhD, and one of the reasons why they took me on is because, like, you know, I'm active in research, and again, I have a certain area of expertise that is difficult to come by, and like it was almost like a perfect fit in terms of like, you know, part-time job. I can sort of like consult for them and do a little bit of other research and marketing related things, and then I can like focus on my own particular academic research, which should hopefully like whatever keep me fresh, and sort of like I just have that consistent research-based mindset. So yeah, you are also, you have a good memory, Bob Marley. So like, you are correct. I was in the job, or I was just like throwing my CV out there to see what I could get. I interviewed for a couple of medical writer positions, and even though two of them were promising and I got far in the interviewing process, I didn't get those positions, that's not a surprise, just because like I was like kind of doing a Hail Mary pass, because like all of the positions that I interviewed for technically not qualified on paper. It was like only through like the first interview, and like me and them interacting with me, they're like, oh, okay, like I'm not a complete idiot, and I might actually like know what I'm talking about. And also like me completing the tests that they give me, that I was able to like get far in the interview process, because like I know for sure, for one of the medical writer positions that I interviewed for, like on paper I wasn't qualified. Like they were looking for someone who had minimum 5 years medical writing experience. I have 0. I'm transparent about that. And I know that the person that they did hire for that position, like they have completed their piece of paper, they have their PhD, they did a postdoc, and they already have some medical writing experience. So like I can't compete with that, right? Like technically on paper, in terms of degrees completed, you know, I'm like an undergraduate, degree. And so like I was looking to see if I can switch jobs, but along the way, this sort of like opportunity has kind of like uh fallen into my lap. Oh, yes, Bob Marley. That's not a bad assumption. It is. You're the economist. It is almost largely driven, or like my decision will almost largely be driven by the finances, the financial aspect. Because, spoiler alert, doing the PhD is not financially rewarding. If anything, like, I would say I'm losing money as I pursue the PhD because like it's time taken away from working a minimum wage job. I technically get paid as a PhD student less than minimum wage, as in like replacing all of the number of years that I've devoted to the PhD. I would have made more money just working any minimum wage job in my area. And so like I would say I would frame it as I'm like, each year that I devote to the PhD, I'm technically losing money because I'm not in the, at the very least, the minimum wage job market. At least as of now. That wasn't the case a couple years ago because I had like a bunch of scholarships that I was, lucky to a certain extent to secure. But after a certain point, scholarships run out or you no longer qualify for scholarships. Yeah, you're pretty much like going through the exact analysis that I'm going through in my brain. Probably just switch it to the mainstream. So like, this is like zoomed out. I have to take what are my current larger goals in mind, right? Because absolutely bring up a better job. You bring up the aspect of a better job down the road if I complete that piece of paper. But like, so the job that I would have now, or let's say I would have next month, working full time with this company, it would be like, if the company didn't know me, they would have hired another PhD, as in like, this is a position that is reserved for someone who at the very least has PhD level knowledge, which would be someone who's completed their PhD. It's only because, or like it's largely because the company knows me that they're willing to hire me full time because they know, or at least they're confident that I have, even though I don't have the piece of paper on my CV, or I don't have the degree completed, they know, or they're confident that my knowledge is like, at the very least, at the PhD level. I would say, depending on the area of expertise, like exceeds the PhD level. I'm interacting with other PhDs or other highly educated people. I'm not behind. I'm able to like keep up just fine. And so it's like, it's a matter of, yes, my PhD experience has gotten me this job, but like, if I don't finish the PhD, as you brought up, Bob Marley, then there's the potential that might hurt me down the road, because like, if I'm searching for another job and I don't have that piece of paper, then that would hurt me, right? But it's a matter of like, well, how do my I don't know, next 5 to 10 years of life look like? And I don't have solid answers on that. My original plan upon going to graduate school and pursuing the PhD was to like stay in academia, to pretty much like have an academic career, to, do a postdoc, and to maybe search out a faculty position, open up my own lab, conduct my own research. Those were my original goals and intentions when making the choice to pursue a PhD. But as of right now, as I've progressed, as time has passed, and I've experienced some things, like I no longer want to stay in academia. I no longer want to pursue a postdoc. And so if I don't want to pursue a postdoc, then for sure, like a faculty position or doing my own research or opening up my own lab is out of the question. And so if those are off the table, then like, I'm getting the PhD just to be able to say that I have PhD knowledge, or at least to show like that piece of paper. I had this conversation with one of my colleagues, or like one of the managers in the company that I work for. Like, yeah, like I'm kind of like just trying to get the membership card at this point. Like I'm confident that I have the knowledge, I have the experience. I'm really just like chasing those 3 letters after my name, like just Corey Campbell, PhD, just to be able to like have some street cred basically in the research world. So it's a little bit bizarre. Like the best analogy that I can sort of come up with offhand is like, technically, as of right now, I am no longer a certified personal trainer. I am not certified, but maybe I'm arrogant, but I'm confident enough to say that I have the knowledge and experience to start taking on clients again if I wanted to train someone, etc., etc. Where it's like, I would only become a certified personal trainer again just to be able to say that I'm certified. I think the knowledge is there, the experience is there. I occasionally have people asking me if I am a personal trainer, and I have to turn some potential clients down because I don't really do that anymore. And so like, yeah, I'm really, as of right now, kind of like chasing the piece of paper, just like say that I have the degree. And I'm asking myself the question, like, that actually like the right course of action? I don't know. But that's sort of a question that I have to answer in the next month or so. But part of me like is definitely like the financial aspect of a full-time position with the company, I would say opens up a lot of doors, at least when it comes to streaming and content creation. Yes, that's also a big caveat, right? So, can I say with any confidence that the startup will be stable for the next 5 years? No, absolutely not. I would say like guaranteed the next year is solid. And like sort of what I was saying earlier, like one of the reasons why they are pushing for me heavily to start full time is because like we've grown as a company. And so like given where we are now with our growth and the direction that we want to go in and grow more, then they need like more hours for it. But still, it's still a startup. It is still kind of like a unstable environment. That's why it's like maybe just putting the PhD on pause for a year might be the most realistic or safest option, and then like reassess after that. And yeah, like I said, the ability to create more content, both in workouts and science streams, is like very is like kind of like swaying me in that direction. Like if I have access to like more money and finances, like I said, I can do workout streams way more. I can invest more in the channel, both in my time and emotes, and I can buy a better camera to do workout streams. Maybe also like a better audio setup, etc., etc. Yeah, all of those things are sort of like, that's the analysis that's going through my brain. Where like, if in fact I want to sort of like try to invest more into content creation, well, more money would allow me to invest more. And the type of content that I would want to make. That's an excellent question. So probably not in the classical sense of like, a graphic artist, they show their portfolio of like work they've done previously. Mostly in my field or in my discipline, basically in the biological life sciences, it's mostly like publications, and your title. Like, are you a master's student, PhD student, PhD postdoc? It really is just about titles in my field. Titles and publications. That's it. So I guess maybe stay tuned for that, of like what my decision will be. As of right now, I don't fully know. But get back to what I wanted to cover tonight. Uh, and this is largely driven, if not exclusively driven, by Bob Marley, as Bob Marley shared that they did the 16 personalities test or quiz, and which is the Myers-Briggs. Oh yeah, that is that totally happens, for sure. Like, I'm not saying I do that, but totally people like pad their CVs. I mean, this is just like lying on your CV. I think we know that too many people do engage in that, unfortunately. They shouldn't, but the competitive job market. And also another thing that is kind of like affecting my decision is like my limited experience over the past like 3 months, just trying my luck in searching for a new job, even though I was applying for jobs that I wasn't qualified for. So like, not the best strategy. But given my experience of like going through that, like, I don't know that I want to like go through a more rigorous whatever job search process, because like, so far in my experience, like, the people who conduct interviews, some people at the companies that I'm interviewing, they just seem like awful people, and or at least in my opinion, don't have a lot of integrity. So it's like, if a job like falls in my lap, and I'm not necessarily willing to like search for a job in any meaningful way, and I better take the opportunity that's in my lap right now. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. So it does happen, and totally the PhD brings value, it brings credibility, but it only means so much. It really is kind of like a membership card of like, in the sciences, or like in my world of the life sciences, like, people, some people will only trust you if you have, doctor next to your name, where or you have those three letters next to your name, where it's like, oh, this is your stamp of approval. But there are totally people that that they are experts. They have a lot of credibility, but that credibility has been built up over time because like they have the experience, and so it's like, it's not really a binary per se. And the people that place value on those three letters, I'm not. If anybody dismisses me because I don't have those three letters, like, those are people that I don't really care about. Like, I'm not really overly concerned about being judged, just because, again, maybe I'm arrogant, but I'm confident enough that like, I can engage with any other PhD in my field, and like, I wouldn't be behind. I know that I can match them step for step, even if I don't have like the letters next to my name. Like there's a reason why the company that I'm at has hired me. They continue to employ me. There's a reason why they are asking me to work more. There's a reason why they have tasked me with certain things, company, that I would say are technically not my area of expertise, but they recognize at least some degree of competence or skill. And so, I think I have demonstrated like high value to the company, and so they want to retain me. I also sort of had that decision on a smaller scale. After university, I pretty much have access to guaranteed jobs too. Yes, exactly. Yes, that is the question. And it's not an easy answer. And also, maybe to clarify, yes, the money aspect is one of the primary drivers, but not like I'm not doing science. Like I'm totally like this is a biotech startup. Like the science is there, and so like totally there's heavy interest, and that is science is a passion of mine, for sure. So it's not like only the money aspect. It's like, being paid at least to do something that so far I enjoy. That is generally a passion of mine. Even though, I don't like how science is conducted in academic institutions or in private institutions. And I still think there are problematic aspects of science in the corporate sector, and problems in science in the academic sector. At the end of the day, I have to practice science where I can get access to it. And so if this is one of the ways, and it pays me better than academia, well then that seems like a good opportunity. But like, yeah, it's not easy, and we shall see. I'm just like going through my thought process. And as at this point, I'm probably just rambling. So, speaking of content creation and the content that I want to cover today, starting with Myers-Briggs. This is inspired by Bob Marley, because they mentioned that they took a quiz, the Myers-Briggs personality test. As part, speaking of job interviews, if I remember correctly, like you were interviewing for a job, and as part of that interviewer selection process, they had you do the 16 personalities test. As I mentioned when you mentioned it on the workout stream last week, Myers-Briggs, in my opinion, great pseudoscience, has no validity. Nobody should be using it. No person, no company, no institution should be using the MBTI. Not only due to its history, I would say its shady history, and also just like where it is now currently, where it's had quite a lot of time to be able to prove itself in terms of its scientific validity, and so far it hasn't met the threshold of like, oh, this is a validated psychological test. So, starting with some of the roots of Myers-Briggs. So this is an older article, but I think it gives a nice overview of at least the origins of Myers-Briggs. It's September 2018, so it's like almost exactly 4 years old. And like, yeah, if you look in the roots, it's basically just founded by basically not scientists. These two women here. But just because they're not scientists, that doesn't mean that they cannot come up with a scientific test. But even then, like, science has attempted to validate Myers-Briggs, and it has fallen short, as far as I can tell, like each and every time. So, yeah, the self-made women who created the Myers-Briggs. Most of us, at some point, completed a formal personality test. Chances are it was the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, or MBTI, introduced by Isabel Briggs Myers in 1943. It asks 93 questions, such as, if you were a teacher, would you rather teach fact courses or courses involving theory? On the basis of their answers, an individual's personality type is plotted along 4 axes: extroversion versus introversion, sensing versus intuition, thinking versus feeling, and judging to perceiving. The results, proponents claim, allow people to understand themselves and others in terms of a 4-letter label. I may be an ESTJ, a supervisor type, to an INTP, an architect type. Yeah, from what I understand, I don't think there is one specific standardized set of questions. Oh, and welcome, Maddie Holmes. Always happy to have you here. Yeah. And again, I think that speaks to pretty much like a fundamental problem of the MBTI. And also, I think one of the fundamental problems, 1 second, is like, it's a company. Like, I don't think there's any other psychological test that like has a company branding behind it. I think that's a problem. Personally. By conventional psychometric criteria, the MBTI is highly suspect. In failing to measure what it purports to measure, it has low validity, and in failing to elicit consistent responses across testing contexts, it has low reliability and little predictive power. But the Personality Brokers, by literature scholar Merv Emery, does not debate the limitations of the MBTI, a path many have trodden. Instead, Emmer's careful investigations of the tool's bizarre origins and alarming impact weave a compelling narrative that recounts the rise of 20th century managerial and personnel theory science with the gritty wistfulness of a John Steinbeck novel. And more. Oh yeah, I have no doubt about that. Isabel Briggs Myers was an autodidact who eschewed formal psychological methods of test development and validation. She became interested in personology, as she called it, largely as a result of an obsession her mother, Catherine Cook Briggs, had with the ideas of psychoanalyst Carl Jung. Emmer charts the women's competitive relationship and expanding ambitions with sensitivity and skill. Initially, Cook Briggs wanted to make a landmark contribution to the practice of child rearing. In popular magazine articles, she presented Isabel as a triumph of an obedience creativity regime. This model, kindness, warmth, and play were won only after authoritarian orders to study and work had been complied with. Before reading Briggs Myers' bedtime stories, Cook Briggs required her to complete a demanding program of study. By her early 30s, Briggs Myers was an accomplished polymath and award-winning writer of formulaic but engaging detective fiction. Yes, exactly. And as I mentioned, Bob Marley, and I think they're aware of this, is like it's largely, I would say, driven by this, this Barnum effect, if not exclusively driven by this Barnum effect of like, these types of, quote unquote personality tests, like they make you feel good. And this holds true with like astrology, of like, if you're a Leo, and you're just you have all these positive qualities of a Leo, that's like, oh yeah, like I totally am a Leo. These ventures paved the way for both women's fervent interest in personality. Cook Briggs hoped to make Jung's obscure writings accessible to the world by cataloging the character of everyone she met on index cards. Briggs Myers formalized her mother's project into the MBTI, after losing the proceeds of her novels in the 1930s economic crash. A breakthrough came at the end of the war, when the test was embraced by the Office of Strategic Services, a short-lived forerunner to the Central Intelligence Agency, as a tool for assigning intelligence operatives in newly liberated Europe. Briggs Myers recognized and promoted the tool's attractiveness to those responsible for sorting students into suitable fields and employees into jobs. And here I think is where it probably gets some of its most use. Of like, as Bob Marley alluded to or shared, like they went through sort of the 16 personalities test as a result of like job screening or job selection, where it's like, yeah, it seems to be a tool used by companies, presumably to make decisions about employees or whether to hire them, which is like, that's a sad state of affairs. Like you are, I would say you are literally using a pseudoscientific tool to like either screen employees or select for employees or like weed certain people out. Well, maybe bad by your estimation, but maybe like, super good to other ones. And even just like, just these categories of, thinking to feeling. Like, personally, I'm not a psychological expert, even though I read a lot of psychological research, and I've read psychological textbooks. But like, even just like this dimension of thinking to feeling, like, I don't know, just doesn't make any sense to me. Of like, every human has thoughts. Every human has feelings. And like, we are all informed by our thoughts and feelings. Yeah, and you're also asking another appropriate question, like, what is thinking? Like unless you're a robot, or like a straight, sociopath, we all have thoughts and feelings. And just to categorize someone that's like, if they're more feeling, as if like, they either have more feelings, or I don't even know what that means to be like more feeling. That's just like a kind of like a really bizarre concept to me. And sort of same thing with like extroversion to introversion. Even though, okay, I've said this before, and this is maybe my hot take in the psychology world. Extroversion, like, it does appear to be a thing when it comes to legitimate or validated personality tests, like the big 5, where you have like conscientiousness, openness, neuroticism, and then E is extroversion. Like, there's some overlap, but even then, I think the concept of introversion to extroversion is like really problematic, and I would argue like doesn't really exist. But again, I'm not a psychologist or psychological expert, but I'm pretty confident on that position. So, where was I? Yes. Yeah, a breakthrough came at the end of the war, when the test was embraced. I read that. So, Briggs-Myers recognized and promoted the tool's attractiveness to those responsible for sorting students into suitable fields and employees into jobs by the mid-1950s. He had persuaded more than 45 medical schools to use it for admissions, and clients such as General Electric, Standard Oil, and Bell Laboratories to inform recruitment and promotion decisions. Today, the MBTI is deployed widely, although its uses remain largely corporate, building a team or recruiting for an executive training program. I think this is awful. Again, you're like using pseudoscience in the corporate world. Like, you might as well be using astrology at that point. Of like, let's build a team of like whatever Leos and Virgos, because like that's like the best team available. Emmer's account of the emergence and appeal of the MBTI is nuanced and non-judgmental. He imparts fascinating details of 2 willful women making their way in a sexist and racist corporate landscape. Observing that the MBTI's question spoke to a middle-class world that was then largely off-limits to people of color, he excels in showing how the MBTI's success rests on its facile summary of a seemingly unfathomable subject, the self. Moreover, because it produces profiles that are always positives, it proves perennially palatable to consumers. Hence, as Emmer explains, the MBTI also emerged as the perfect device for the creation of the organization man, as heralded by William H. White in his 1956 best-selling text of the same name. Specifically, the test required employees to submit to the rigorous regimes of corporate life and fetishize the need for them to be individuals. This fed into hire and fire managerial prerogatives, while also extinguishing the appetite for collective resistance. For all its light and liberal pretensions, the MBTI thus has a dark and deeply conservative heart. This is a tool of status quo, not social change. Indeed, its political functions are plain to see precisely because the research that underpins it is so poor. Emmer's engagement with some matters of psychology is less assured. He might have done more to help readers understand how the Myers-Briggs instrument and industry relates to and departs from theories and methodologies of contemporary psychological science. You would have avoided name-dropping psychologists such as Stanley Milgram, famous Milgram experiment of, if I remember correctly, like zapping, or getting people to electrically zap other people. And Philip Zimbardo also, I can't remember what they're famous for or know where they're for, but like, I know this name. I think that's part of the Stanford prison experiments, if I remember correctly. Whose work is neither relevant nor helpful to her cause. And notwithstanding the blurb's claims, if you want to know what makes you you, look elsewhere, not least to discover up-to-date research pointing to the dynamic nature of personality and to its collective, rather than purely personal dimensions. Indeed, using the MBTI to unlock the mysteries of the self is akin to trying to understand the Stone Age by watching the Flintstones. I think that's a good analogy. But Emmer's goal is not to understand the self. Rather, it is to explore two particular selves. This is a story of two remarkable women who founded an enormously successful commercial empire, which has significantly framed the conversation about the contours of personality as understood by millions of Westerners today. As Emmer shows convincingly, the fact that the premises of this conversation are so flimsy makes the examination of its origins and impact all the more interesting, more important, and more disturbing. Yeah, and it's amazing to me how much this is like still around and maybe even growing. Of like, I see people like I'm not on any dating apps, and I don't use them, never have, and it's doubtful that I ever will. But like, I see people like put their 4 letters on their dating profile of like, you know, I'm an INTJ, or I'm in whatever, yes, whatever, or an ESTJ. Like, so, and like people like take this seriously. Of like, yeah, I'm really this type of person, and I'm potentially searching for this other person. Or like, you know, I don't interact with, you know, INTJs. It's like so bizarre, again, how pervasive like this still is. And it's like really concerning to me. Because like there are totally like valid, good, legitimate psychological personality tests. And yet like this one like hangs around. Like I said, like has a company behind it. And a lot of the research, you know, the research showing its effectiveness is done by this company. I'm going to show in a bit like some third-party research about MBTI, some peer-reviewed research about MBTI, to show, hopefully, that it's like completely bogus and BS. To like give you a preview. There's this nice review article here, literally like evaluating the validity of MBTI. And then this one, like actually trying to use the MBTI as a tool, or to see like, you know, does the MBTI say anything about medical students, or medical students and their choice of residency? But before we get that, I also see that star sign people do that a lot, but after having to take it, the results did seem accurate, and it's not because they sugarcoat it, but because none of the others describe me. Well, so here's where it gets like really difficult. Of like, you took the, correct me if I'm wrong, like you took the test, and you know, you got your 4 letters, and then like, based off of the description of the 4 letters, it's like, oh yeah, this actually like resonates with me. Like I can see how this is, you know, me in these 4 letters. And then you went to like the descriptions of the other 15, right? And you read them, and then it's like, no. But bear in mind, assuming you read the other 15 after you took the test and got your 4 letters, like that will likely color your interpretation of the rest of the 15 that you read. Where it's like, you can't sort of like unknow that knowledge. And so it's like, you know, you were exposed to like one of the 16 from the test, and then like you said, like, okay, this like tracks, resonates with me. And then from there you went on to read the other 15. So like, basically what I'm trying to say is like, bias was already introduced once you took the test and got your 4 letters. I would have been curious. This is basically impossible now, unless like, you know, you forget what happened in the past. But I would be curious to know of like, you know, starting with like a clean slate. I have you read all 16 of the personality types, the descriptions, and then you choose yourself which one you think you are. Then you go and take the test and see if you're able to choose the one that you think you are. And like, does the test that you take actually match that? That would have been like the more Not that that would convince me, but that would be kind of like lend more credibility. Or, that would be like a pretty strange coincidence. That would, make me at least pay attention more. As opposed to like taking the test, seeing your one description, and then go and read the other 15. But even if you did, like, I would even grant you that, of like, that you're introverted. That would still sort of like make me pay attention more. Of like, even if you know that you're introverted in thinking, just like read from more or less like a blank slate of like read the 16, pick out whichever one that you think you are, and then take the test, see if it matches. So before covering some of the research showing that the MBTI is not legitimate, I think this is just another good sort of a summary article. There are two types of people in the world, those who believe in the Myers-Briggs personality test and those who don't. Except that's not true. Grouping people into 2, 3, or 16 categories. I can't, so I haven't looked up any tests, but if you want to look one up and like send one my way, I have no problem doing it on stream. I got nothing to hide since I view it as a bogus test. It doesn't mean anything to me. Well, I would even do like a legitimate personality test on stream. Like I'm not trying to hide my personality. Which is the aim of a lot of personality tests. Well, considering the fact that I think I know too much about the Myers-Briggs to be considered a blank slate at this point. But we can try. But I think it's fair to say at this point that, I'm heavily biased. Because, like, I've read some of these articles before, and I've read some of the research before. So, the MBTI, like, not like a foreign concept to me. Or, like, the other, the 16 personalities are not foreign concepts. And even in the case of the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, which is simultaneously the most popular personality test in the world and the most frequently debunked, non-experts and psychologists alike take varying positions about the value of the tool. About 1.5 million people take the test online each year, and more than 88% of Fortune 500 companies, as well as hundreds of universities, use it in hiring and training, according to the Myers-Briggs company. Like, yeah, again, like, this company has like a vested interest in like marketing its test and like trying to like get it out there as much as possible, which is it's like ridiculous. Just to like show as an example. One second. Like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, like, there are legitimate, validated personality tests, like the 5-factor model, as I say, like the big 5. That is a real, empirically validated personality test. But there's no company behind it. There's no like big 5 company trying to like market its test, saying, "Hey, Fortune 500 companies use our 5-factor model." Like, it's just like a ridiculous concept. But a lot of people are falling for it. Fortune 500 companies are falling for it, which is super sad. A California-based firm that administers the MBTI. Even fictional characters, from Disney princesses to Harry Potter and Darth Vader, have been assigned an MBTI type. Revolving Simp, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always a pleasure. And yeah, I will save this and open up in a new tab, and we'll do it live. I hope you're doing well, Revolving Simp. Despite the popularity of the test, many psychologists criticize it. Hardly a few months go by without a harsh takedown of the MBTI in the media, where a psychologist will say that the Myers-Briggs is unscientific, meaningless, or bogus. I would say these things. I would bet what little life savings I have that these are true things. But there are others who take a milder view of the test. Many personality psychologists consider the MBTI to be a somewhat valid measure of some important personality characteristics, but one that has some important limitations, said Michael Ashton, professor of psychology at Brock University, coming out of Canada, which is not cool. What is the MBTI? The MBTI, well, a little bit of a review, was invented in 1942 by Catherine Cook Briggs and her daughter, Isabel Briggs Myers. Cook, always a keen observer of people and their differences, was inspired by the work of psychologist Carl Jung and his theories. For example, the concepts of introversion and extroversion. The mother and daughter devoted their lives to developing the type indicator, hoping to help people understand their tendencies. Oh, Oily Olive, thank you so much for the sub. Super appreciated. Always grateful, and I hope you're doing well, and happy to have you here. When you said coffee season, like I don't drink coffee, but my brain immediately went to like coffee drinking season. But I'm assuming you mean like coffee growing, right? Or correct me if I'm wrong. But like, yeah, I hope I'm hoping you have a healthy supply of coffee to keep you going. Oh, so there's an actual coffee drinking season? I thought that was like 3-6. Like I said, I don't drink coffee. I actually kind of like strongly dislike coffee. But from what I understand, like, of the people around me, like every day is coffee drinking day. I didn't know there was season. And yeah, I actually am feeling better, Oily Olive. Thank you so much for asking. I guess I didn't update that as well in the beginning. Of like, my foot is pretty much on the road to fully healing. I'm back to running, and that's like just a huge plus in my life because I love running. And like, yeah, the psychological boost that I get from running it means a lot to me. I almost like need it for my daily functioning. Basically from the first cold week in September. Okay, that actually makes sense. And also, like, I also know that people give coffee as like Christmas gifts, etc., etc. So like that makes sense. Ooh, yikes, that's a lot of coffee. I don't know, like every time, yeah, and I'm also like an academic. I'm like, like, not only does like academia revolve around coffee, but like conferences, also like revolve around coffee and wine and cheese. Like, when like I am the outlier when it comes to like graduate students. Of like, most graduate students like function on like a constant supply of coffee, and some of them a constant supply of alcohol. I don't drink any of those things. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink alcohol. I'm just like the black sheep of graduate students. So yeah, the mother and daughter devote their lives. Read that. So the test uses 93 questions to assess the following traits: introvert versus extrovert, intuitive versus sensory, thinking versus feeling, judging versus perceiving. Based on the combination of traits people fall into, the test ultimately assigns them one of the 16 labels, such as, yeah, INTJ, ENFP, blah, blah, blah. So why do psychologists doubt it? Psychologists' main problem with the MBTI is the science behind it, or lack thereof. In 1991, so this is like, 3 decades ago, a National Academy of Sciences committee reviewed data from MBTI research and noted the troublesome discrepancy between research results, lack of proven worth, and popularity. Again, this is coming from the National Academy of Sciences. The MBTI was born of ideas proposed before psychology was an empirical science. Those ideas were not tested before the tool became a commercial product, but modern psychologists demand that a personality test pass certain criteria to be trusted. In social science, we use 4 standards. Are the categories reliable, valid, independent, and comprehensive? Adam Grant, University of Pennsylvania professor of psychology, wrote on LinkedIn, for the MBTI, the evidence says not very, no, no, and not really. Some research suggests the MBTI is unreliable because the same person can get different results when retaking the test. Other studies have questioned the validity of the MBTI, which is the ability of the test to accurately link the types outcomes in the real world. For example, how well people classified as a certain type will perform in a given job. The Myers-Briggs Company says the studies discrediting the MBTI are old, but their results are still being perpetuated in the media. Since those early criticisms, the company says it has done its own research. So, again, I think this is problematic. And they're voluntarily admitting this. Of we, the Myers-Briggs Company, we're doing our own research. And so, and we're showing that it's good and it's valid and legitimate. That's a problem, in my opinion. But yeah, the company says it has done its own research to refine the test and assess its validity. When you look at validity of the instrument, it is just as valid as any other personality assessment. Suresh, not going to attempt to pronounce that, the company's general manager, told USA Today. Is it a surprise that the general manager of the Myers-Briggs Company says their test is good? That it's just as good as any other personality test that doesn't have a company behind it? Surprise, surprise. Some of the test limitations, however, are inherent in its conceptual design. One limitation is the MBTI's black and white categories. You are either an extrovert or introvert, a judger or a feeler. This is a shortcoming because people don't fall neatly into 2 categories on any personality dimension. Instead, people have many different degrees of the dimension, Ashton told Live Science. And in fact, most people are close to the average, and relatively few people are at either extreme, by placing people into tidy boxes. We are separating people who are, in reality, more similar to each other than they are different. The MBTI may be missing even more nuances by assessing only 4 aspects of personality differences. Several decades ago, personality researchers had determined that there were at least 5 major personality dimensions, and more recent evidence has shown that there are 6. That's 5. Those are the big 5. Conscientiousness, neuroticism, openness, extroversion. What is A? Agreeableness. A is agreeableness. So, not entirely useless. Some of the shortcomings of the MBTI stem from the complex, messy nature of human personality. Neat categories of MBTI make personality look clearer and more stable than it really is. According to David Pincus, a professor of psychology at Chapman University in California, psychologists prefer other tools, namely the Big 5, like I just said, which assesses personality based on where an individual lies on the spectrum of 5 traits. Yeah, agreeableness, conscientiousness, extroversion, openness to experience, and neuroticism. The Big 5 model has a better record of scientific validation than the MBTI, experts say. And also, there's no Big 5 company, marketing the test. Still, the MBTI is not entirely useless. I disagree with this statement very strongly. People are drawn to tests like MBTI out of a desire to understand themselves and others. The 4 dimensions from which the MBTI types are derived are all useful ones for describing people's personalities. And even when the MBTI's results don't quite match your intuition about yourself or are just wrong, they can still provide insight. Many people who've taken the MBTI have noticed this effect. As a former employee at Bridgewater Associates, a hedge fund almost as famous for having employees take personality tests as it is for its $120 billion in assets, wrote in Quartz, the MBTI labels never seem to fully describe a person. Instead, the real value of the test seemed to be in the push to reconcile the gaps between what the test results tell us and what we know to be true about ourselves. In this sense, the MBTI can serve as a starting point for self-exploration by giving people a tool and a language to reflect on themselves and others. The test is a portal to an elaborate practice of talking and thinking about who you are. Merv Emery, an associate professor of English at Oxford University in the United Kingdom, wrote in the Personality Brokers review of the MBTI's history. Ultimately, it's not the MBTI label, but the power of introspection that drives the insights and sometimes fuels the motivation to take steps to change one's condition. Let me just catch up with chat. Oh, and I'm sorry to hear that, Oily Olive. I'm hoping you just have a mild or temporary injury. I'm hoping you're able to rest and recover. But like, yeah, I definitely can fully empathize with you in terms of not being able to do the physical activity that you're used to doing. And I'm also a hot tea drinker, but much less so these days. My professor doesn't do office hours in the office. He does them in the coffee. Yeah, that makes sense. And actually, so I might be able to, so I've taken some legitimate personality tests in the past. Let me see if I can dig them up that I might be able to show. And I'll also do the 16 personalities. Well, I'll pretty much do the MBTI that you sent, Bob Marley. But let me just see if I can dig up my old personality test. Might take me a little bit more time. Oh, I know I have it. But before I take the test, just to hopefully put the nail in the coffin, that the MBTI, pretty awful. Okay, so there is this published, peer-reviewed review article going through, or as they say, evaluating the validity of Myers-Briggs Type Indicator 3, a teaching tool and window into intuitive psychology. And then, like I said, there's also this one here, pretty much attempting to see, does MBTI, predict anything or actually describe anything in reality that we can, measure? At least when it comes to medical students and choice of specialty. I'm not going to read this whole thing, even though it's not super long. But I think there's a few sort of bits and pieces to extract from. Despite its immense... thank you so much, Revolving Sim. That's actually that's the only personality test that I have any interest in passing. The Twitch personality test. If anyone out there in Twitch evaluates my personality as someone to tune into, then I'll take it. Despite its immense popularity and impressive longevity, the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator has existed in a parallel universe to social and personality psychology. Here, we seek to increase academic awareness of this incredibly popular idea and provide a novel teaching reference for its conceptual flaws. We focus on examining the validity of the Jungian-based theory behind MBTI that specifies that people have a true type delineated across 4 dichotomies. We find that the MBTI theory falters on rigorous theoretical criteria in that it lacks agreement with known facts and data, lacks testability, and possesses internal contradictions. Further discuss what MBTI's continued popularity says about how the general public might evaluate scientific theories. Presumably, a purpose of the field of psychology is to assist the general public in becoming psychologically literate. Unfortunately, the ideas about psychology that gain the most traction with the public can lack theoretical rigor. Arguably, the most popular psychology idea in the world is the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator. 7 decades after its inception, the administration and interpretation of the MBTI is a huge business force in shaping the general public's perceptions of psychology, championed by the MBTI's current owners, the Myers-Briggs Company, formerly known until late 2018 as CPP. The MBTI is officially taken by 2 million people a year, including people in 89 of the Fortune 100 companies, and generates revenues of 20 million a year. Which, again, how is this not a red flag to people? According to the Myers-Briggs Company, the applications for use include team and leadership development, conflict and stress management, and career transitioning planning. Given its popularity, continued scrutiny is warranted. Criticisms of the MBTI from the past few decades have focused on several of its problems, while having ostensibly little impact on MBTI's popularity. Conversely, as best we can tell, MBTI is not on the radar of many social and personality psychologists. Therefore, the current paper builds on past criticisms by broadly focusing on the vast difference between the MBTI theory and what social and personality psychologists... Zeron, thank you so much for the sub. Super appreciated, and always grateful to have your support. I hope you're doing well. Between the MBTI theory and what social and personality psychologists would consider a valid theory, we hope this will raise awareness of the psychological idea that is shaping the public's view of psychology perhaps more than any other, and provide a teaching reference to discuss its issues. So, Ajav, I apologize. I didn't read that. Okay, yes. Now I see it. Sorry. Yeah, in comparison to MBTI. So yeah, So Big Five, totally empirically validated. And I would say so far, that is the most empirically validated personality test that psychology currently has. The 5-factor model seems like really rock solid up until this point. I'm like supported by mountains and mountains of research. Enneagram, that also just seems like just straight BS pseudoscience. I prefer using Paddle as an alternative to science. Yeah, that's fair. Where it's like, yeah, I think Enneagram with like whatever the number assignment, I think it's like 1 to 5. I can't even remember. But I think that is in the exact same category as Myers-Briggs or MBTI. I was just like, this is just like really popular, and I don't know why. Like virtually useless. So I'm probably not going to start on the primer on the theory, just because I think most people got it from the other ones. So let's see. Yeah, key points of MBTI theory evaluation. So Jungian theory is not grounded in empirical data. So even though Carl Jung, very popular psychologist, and from what I understand, did actually make like important contributions to the field of psychology. But this is not one of them. MBTI theory leans on unsupported assumptions about the existence of unconscious, preference-driven true types, and the MBTI
Welcome
assessment.
to Flavor Country.
And Jack2889, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. The causal path from trait to behavior. I mean, I wouldn't say this is the wrong chat. Like, the inborn nature of type. Moon, welcome. As always, happy to have you here. So, okay, there is totally research showing that personality is not like this fixed thing. Pretty much like as you said, malleable. And maybe I will try... but yeah, I will try to show that research if I have time, or maybe on a future stream. But so there is totally interesting research about actual, personality tests and how it's malleable, or even how personality is shaped. A lot of people assume, understandably so, that personality is just like this innate, sort of like genetically driven aspect of you, which is like you're either born conscientious or not. You're either born neurotic or you're not. And actually, there's some really interesting. It's like the most interesting research to me, of like there's like good research showing that like how you are raised, particularly in early childhood, or pretty much from a baby, appears to really alter or like pretty much like direct the trajectory of your personality. I feel like my college psych professors were nigh incompetent. My neurosci prof told my class about the left brain, right brain of all things. Yeah. Well, yeah, I've never taken, obviously, any formal psychology classes. But like, it seems like psychology is kind of like still in its infancy of like trying to kind of like establish legitimacy, in the process of becoming scientifically rigorous, and hopefully it trickles down to like the professors in terms of like their knowledge of like hopefully giving good scientific knowledge. But I can totally see how if you maybe have like a psychology professor who like did their training like 50 years ago, probably still have some like pretty crazy ideas about psychology. I remember emailing her with several studies done by Harvard and Princeton describing the whole concept of left brain and right brain, and she told me that she was trying to make the complex simple. Yeah, I feel your pain. I would be annoyed and frustrated. So the dichotomies of MBTI either are not actually opposites or can be described as single dimensions. So the poles of the dichotomies do not likely represent competing psychological functions. The typing process allows and bases reports of validity on self-verification, introducing circular evidence of validity and obscuring whether one's type is actually hidden. MBTI generally avoids strong statements of what type predicts. MBTI treats the idea of dichotomies, for example, the traits exist as two truly separable categories rather than as continua, as essentially unfalsifiable. So, I think probably just good enough to read the last bit in terms of not true but useful, and by starting here, the testability. The MBTI theory suffers from a testability problem in that it tends to hedge severely about what it is saying about human behavior. The creators hedge on whether preferred functions and attitudes should be expressed in behavior over time, and whether preference scores really indicate strength of preference for a certain dichotomy. They further hedge on the pervasiveness of types. Neither Jung nor Myers believed that everyone was a type. These are all avoidances of taking strong stances about what the theory is predicting. We still, though, can be charitable and examine the possibility that people tend to have personalities in the 16 flavors posited by MBTI. Though this idea can be and has been tested, the MBTI theory seems to have been resistant to being revised because of these tests. The most straightforward realization of the 16 type idea would be that the dichotomy scores should tend to have bimodal distributions. Infamously, they do not. Interestingly, the most recent MBTI version applies item response theory so that it is more difficult to get scores at the midpoint of each dimensional score, on the assumption that Jungian theory is correct and still what they are trying to measure. Still what they're trying to measure. Just a long citation. This assumption, in addition to being a worryingly circular double down on type theory, still seems to be implying that something is amiss with the assessment tool. Briggs and Briggs-Myers created the initial set of indicator items by examining people that they knew fit one type or the other and creating questions that match those people's preferences. Presumably, then, the MBTI assessment measures people's similarities to people at both ends of each dichotomy. That should, but does not result in bimodal distributions for each dimension. The worst part is when a prof decides to just tell you that you're smart rather than actually addressing, yeah. Also super frustrating. Can certain biological factors at least push you in a general personality direction? As my mom was very neurotic, I've been told and remember that from very young on people. So, again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a mental health expert. But I have a strong background in biology and biochemistry, and I have a strong background in genetics. Definitely not a world-renowned expert. Just, way above average knowledge about genetics. And I have looked into the research. So, I think everyone knows now that the Human Genome Project, was a thing, and that, we are in the gradual process of teasing out genetic factors when it comes to diseases and conditions, and personality. And we are still in the process of attempting to explain what shapes our personality. I think the classical view, or what people tend to lean towards, is that personality is largely, if not exclusively, biologically driven. As in as in your example that you brought up, Bob Marley, you're either born neurotic or you're not. There's just some sort of neurotic gene. But I understand your question of can genes affect your personality, or can it influence? Of maybe you're not born neurotic, but maybe greater risk, or maybe you're just slightly skew or lean towards neurotic as a result of some sort of genetic background. So what's interesting, okay, I would say it's still pretty much an open question. But what's interesting is that, okay, we have been doing sort of we've been running genetic studies for a long time. Or at least, since the Human Genome Project, so, the past 2 decades or so. These genome-wide association studies. So these genome-wide association studies of trying to, link or find correlations between, whatever, human phenotype and genotype. And as a result of these genome-wide association studies, we're getting information about certain diseases and conditions. So for example, my own disease that I have, Crohn's disease, as a result of genetic studies, we have been able to, pinpoint certain genes that heavily influence your risk for developing Crohn's disease. And we've done this for many other conditions, multiple sclerosis, breast cancer. I think virtually everyone knows now the BRCA gene, or BRCA1 gene, etc., how these genes influence your risk for these diseases and conditions. What is so interesting, okay, is that using the same strategy, using the same sort of genome-wide association studies, okay, we have yet, at least in my opinion, based off of my attempt to look into the research, we have yet to sort of pin down in any strong manner, oh, this gene correlates or heavily influences neuroticism. Where it's we are consistently sort of coming up blank. Actually, I think there's sort of a good example that I can try, or sort of an analogous example. So there was this study published not that long ago, I think about a month ago, if I remember correctly. Well, yeah, the date, well, pretty much it was published this year. Where it's just as we are consistently falling short trying to find a biological basis for example, for mental illness or mental health issues, we appear to be consistently falling short when trying to find or dig for biological factors that influence personality. As in, like, if you go into literature, and maybe I'll try to bring it up on another stream. Can't remember if I saved that research. But like, basically, we are coming up short consistently when it comes to like searching for genes and how it relates to personality. We are at best finding loose correlations. Like, oh, as a result of this genome-wide association study, like, these genes appear to be correlated. But we can't say anything about how or why these are correlated. Like, we cannot come up with a biological mechanism. As opposed to using my own disease as an example. This gene, okay, this is one of the famous genetic markers associated with my disease, Crohn's disease. Probably like in this Wikipedia article here. Yeah. And so, like, it was through genetic studies that researchers identified this gene, and then through understanding this gene, they're able to propose a mechanism, as in, like, given the function of this gene, it can make sense how this can influence your risk for developing, for example, inflammatory bowel disease or Crohn's disease or Blau syndrome. Or like, it makes sense because it's sort of I don't want to dissect what this gene does, but like, it can provide sort of a biological mechanism where it's like, oh yeah, we've identified this gene, we found the association, and then through understanding this gene, we can now sort of propose a mechanism as to why it's associated with an increased risk of developing these disease conditions. As opposed to, when it comes to personality, like, yes, we're sort of like finding loose correlations to genes, but as far as I can tell, the genes that they are finding that are, let's say, for example, associated with conscientiousness, like, they just, like, don't appear to make a lot of sense. Of like, oh, this gene appears to serve like this function. Like, how is that related to conscientiousness? There seems to be like no link. It's really bizarre. Like, I remember reading like some of these studies of like, oh yeah, we've identified this gene that like it's associated with, conscientiousness. But like, well, we actually have a good idea of what this gene does. So like, how is it affecting conscientiousness? It's really strange and bizarre. Where it's like, yeah, just to like sum it up, just as we are consistently falling short in trying to like really ground mental health issues or mental illness in biology, we are consistently falling short in trying to ground human personality in biology or in genetics, to be more specific. Let's see. I consider the modern conceptions of introversion. I literally said this. If you watch the VOD, that I pretty much said explicitly, I don't think introversion or extroversion exist. I think these are flawed, fundamentally flawed concepts that are trumped by things like attachment style. I think introversion and extroversion are just dimensions of attachment style, or a reflection of one's attachment style. And there's interesting research, and I would say super convincing research, showing how like attachment style affects your personality. Yeah, that's fair. And I'd be more than happy, maybe at some point down the road, of like, like maybe giving a primer on genes, and DNA, nucleic acids. And yeah, and that's fair. That is totally fair. Perhaps so yes, that's true. These are all excellent questions, right? Where it's like, but we know, like for example, my condition, Crohn's disease, heavily associated, strongly associated with anxiety and depression. As in, like, the rates of anxiety and depression amongst Crohn's disease patients is like 3 to 4 times higher than the general population, which makes sense, given how the disease and condition like affects your quality of life. I can can say that confidently from firsthand experience. But then, but we don't find this gene when it comes to like trying to find genetic correlations to like depression or anxiety. Like this is, and we're able to control for these confounding factors. Where it's like this is like uniquely linked to Crohn's disease and Blount syndrome or inflammatory bowel disease, etc. And so like yeah, the domino effect I don't think is enough to come up with a correlation like that. My dad is an identical twin. He has MS. His twin does not. Okay, so multiple sclerosis. There's actually quite strong overlap between Crohn's disease and multiple sclerosis, at least when it comes to overall kind of like disease process. They're basically like both inflammatory conditions. Multiple sclerosis, autoimmune condition. Crohn's disease, autoimmune adjacent condition. But many of the medications that work for MS are used in Crohn's disease. But to answer your question, YOLO bong and stuff, the answer is no, because what we do know is that virtually every sort of autoimmune or immune-mediated condition, like multiple sclerosis and Crohn's disease, they are a dynamic interplay between genes, environment, and genes and environment, basically, and your immune system. Where it's just like a confluence of dozens and dozens of variables to to make the perfect storm of that condition. Where it's like, yes, as I mentioned, this gene is associated with inflammatory bowel disease. That's why it's also sort of known as IBD1. But having the mutant variant of this gene alone does not cause Crohn's disease. There are over 100 genes associated with Crohn's disease. Where yes, if you have the mutated version of this gene, you are at increased risk of developing Crohn's disease, but it is not a guarantee. And so the same thing holds true when it comes to MS, where I can totally see how even if they're identical twins, and so presumably they have the same, well, technically not the same, but I don't want to get into that detail, but whatever, on paper, they have the same DNA sequence. And likely raised in a very similar environment, but at the end of the day, they are each raised in a unique environment, and exposed to unique things. Not to mention, we now know about epigenetics, and there are likely epigenetic factors also at play that are unique to the individual. And so yeah, it totally makes sense that you can have identical twins where one develops a condition like MS, which is not exclusively driven or caused by genetics. It's just largely risk factors are driven by genetics. And then you just have that perfect storm of the genes, the environment, the immune system, and then you get, unfortunately, a diagnosis of MS. And so it's basically it appears like one twin had just some really bad luck and the other twin did not. I think that is almost certainly the explanation there. Out of curiosity, is there any way to calculate how the comorbidities of over 5 disabilities would play out? I'm sure there's a way, but I don't know offhand. But I think if, I'm sure if you have like some sort of advanced statistical knowledge, you can probably come up with like some sort of formula. But yeah, I don't think there is any sort of like risk calculated off the top of my head. That would be cool, but I'm sure it exists. So yeah, to wrap this up, because I have single kidney, thyroid is type 1. Right, yes, I am already mentioning that. Which I'm super sorry to hear. But I'm at the very least, I'm glad that you're able to like overcome these things. And I would say that's a testament to your perseverance. Where yeah, despite these, I would say, negative experiences, you're able to, I think, flourish to a pretty high degree. So perhaps though, even though the indicator itself has problems, underlying types do cause the trait scores, and the problems with the indicator just obscure that. Though this might seem like a strange argument, Meal argued that normally distributed trait scores do not necessarily discount underlying types, and created a coherent cut kinetics technique to test whether classes of scores tend to cluster together. For MBTI, then, a straightforward prediction is that we should tend to see clusters of people with scores organized around the 16 types. If INFPs really exist, we should see a class of people that have a high trait scores for the INF and P dichotomies. Unfortunately, for Jungian typists, Arnau, Green, Rosen, Gleaves, and Melancon subsequently applied Meal's coherent cut kinetics to several Jungian type assessments, including the MBTI. They found no support using any of the assessments for the existence of underlying types. Relatedly, McCrae and Costa, albeit using an earlier version of the MBTI, found no evidence for the interactions necessitated by the predictions of the MBTI theory about dominant and other functions, again concluding that a taxonomic structure for the MBTI is not supported. The most parsimonious explanation for MBTI scores is that they are measuring constructs that are not dichotomies, despite official MBTI literature's continued persistence in endorsing the dichotomization assumption, essentially treating it as unfalsifiable. Let's see. Yeah, that's fair. It'd be like quantifying someone's oppression. Yeah, I have no doubt that it's super difficult to sort of carry out like a risk assessment with those comorbidities. But I'm pretty confident it can be done. I just like, that's totally out of my wheelhouse. I don't have that type of statistical background to do that. I wish I did, because that sounds cool. I would presume you could develop an AI model to achieve what you're looking for. No real math involved, but you would have to have... Yeah, exactly. That sounds correct, or more accurate to me. So as Bob Marley, I think, alludes to, it seems like their view is like, I think they recognize it, that it's mostly BS, but it might have, might have a sliver of utility. A 1 or 2% utility. So is it not true but useful? We have thus far argued that, despite its popularity, the MBTI theory does not represent a suitable framework for understanding personality. But this is an incomplete assessment of why people like MBTI, as people tend to resist leaving behind intuitive lay theories in favor of scientific ones. I think they're calling you out, Bob Marley, of like, you are resisting leaving behind intuitive lay theories in favor of scientific ones. We would argue that many MBTI faithful would be unfazed by our discussion. Perhaps as part of the guru effect, when confronted with contradictory evidence against an intuitive theory, people are able to reframe the utility of the theory, even if that leads to additional theoretical issues. Indeed, the Myers-Briggs company themselves seem to be encouraging their users to do exactly that. MBTI is sold not necessarily on its theoretical rigor, but on its ability to help its users. It is possible that though the MBTI is unlikely to be a valid measure of personality, it is still helpful to its users. However, this would implicitly pose a new theoretical question. What theory links MBTI assessment to improvements in outcomes of its users. We examine the possibilities that MBTI assessment can increase self-awareness, and that MBTI assessment can provide guidance on outcomes of interest, such as issues of career. In response to criticisms of the assessment, the Myers-Briggs Company's president claims that MBTI is not intended to be a tool for predicting performance or outcomes, an idea echoed elsewhere on official postings, but instead is intended to lead to an increased senses of self and other awareness and understandings. This is an odd argument because decades of research on personality theories has been devoted to the, perhaps not as obvious as psychologists assume, idea that predictive ability is necessary to the validity of personality theory. Even if this is an attempt at a sidestep around criticism, it raises the issue of whether the process of giving people feedback on their true self, even inaccurate feedback, is useful. Let's see. There seems to be a consistent pattern where archetypal and/or exclusive trait-based personality frameworks are pseudoscientific. Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Something can be unscientific, yet useful as an interpretive framework. Astrology. I would push back against that. I think so. Yeah, how do you know something is useful? Especially like, something that's not validated, or something that's largely, if not exclusively shown to be like pseudoscience. Like, how are you assessing its utility? It's like most people come from the space of like, whatever, MBTI. Yeah, it's like, whatever, it's BS, but it's useful. But how do you know it's useful? Like, what metric are you using of like, oh, this has utility? It seems to stem from like some sort of personal bias of like, oh, like I see now that I'm an introvert and I'm thinking, and that like whatever, I'm intuitive feeling. Like, I don't know how anyone is able to make the claim that, there's utility out of something that's pseudoscientific. And I think there's just as great a risk, if not greater a risk, of like misleading you, or making you think something about yourself that is explicitly not true. Like basically like misguiding you. In response to criticisms of the assessment, the Myers-Briggs Company president, whoopsies. Already. This argument seems to falter on internal consistency grounds. If the assessment increases self or other awareness in useful ways, that would imply that the personality distinctions measured by the assessment would manifest reliably in the behavior of self or others. It still is possible that the mere act of thinking about personality leads to a useful increase in self-awareness, but given access to cheaper and more valid theories of personality, it is not clear why people should pursue MBTI to that end. In MBTI's case, erroneously thinking that the true self has been revealed could also lead to negative outcomes. Yes, this is pretty much the sentiment that I was trying to convey. Of like, oh yeah, like, whatever, it's scientific BS, but it still has utility. But how do you know it has utility? Like, what metric are you using? And there's also the risk of like, it can explicitly misguide you or mislead you. And that might have like a very negative outcome. When people think their true preferences have been revealed, they expect pursuing those passions to be easy and find other things less interesting. Similarly, it is possible that MBTI divides people into categories that do account for a good deal of variance in outcomes such as job satisfaction, without necessarily carving nature at its joints. But this would seemingly necessitate both predictive validity of the assessment, which, as mentioned, it lacks, and well-specified theories of how the MBTI categories relate to those outcomes, which are difficult to fathom given how much MBTI relies on the true self idea. As it is, if something like personal career satisfaction is the outcome of interest, it is hard to see how people would not be better off using something that more clearly would account for variance in that outcome, like a direct measure of career satisfaction, or measuring traits like responsibility, independence, persistence, emotional stability, maximizing versus satisficing, and so forth. So, final notes on personality assessment. A recent episode of NPR's Hidden Brain focused on personality assessment. Though they did share some criticisms of MBTI, they also touted the usefulness of typing by presenting anecdotes of a woman finding dating success by screening on MBTI, and in service of the point that typing can foster positive feelings, presenting results of a study suggesting that parenting is improved when parents think their children belong to a coveted zodiac type. Ugh, disgusting. Where it's like, yeah, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, of like, there are people who are like putting their MBTI type like on their dating profile. Just like ridiculous. And I also see people putting their astrological sign on their dating profile. Again, like, I don't use dating apps, but that would be one of my screening tools of like, if you have MBTI in your dating profile, I'm swiping left. If you have astrology on your dating profile, I'm swiping left. With this attempt at prioritizing even-handedness over accuracy in mind, we cannot help but think the persistence of MBTI style thinking could fit in with and extend the current burgeoning literature on the communication of science, the post-truth world. A literature which is itself grasping with questions of how people decide what is true and what is not, and what is capable of being studied at all. Conversely, we expect that many people see the deep insights that MBTI delivers as something that is quite divorced from scientific process. This is especially problematic if, as recent research suggests, people believe they are guided by deep, unobservable essences, and that basing decisions on those deep desires is key to decision satisfaction. The desire for this knowledge and the appeal of MBTI style theory is therefore an unfortunate combination, and attacking MBTI on theoretical or psychometric grounds might have little effect on what some people intuitively expect from MBTI, and or encourage them to invent new reasons why MBTI is useful. A challenge for academics is to get others to share their valuation of the scientific process in creating knowledge about human behavior. Oh, Paul, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Assign. Let me just catch up with chat. There is no science of economics, Bob Marley. We established that a long time ago. Astrology is just space racism for. I think that's pretty fitting. In comparing astrology and MBTI, I view MBTI as harmful because of its assumption of scientific credibility without any evidence, while I believe astrology to be significantly less harmful due to it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there are people who take astrology like very seriously. Like, they'll whatever calculate their moon sign, their rising sun, their cusp, I don't know, their house. And so it's like I understand that the perception that astrology is like basically straight BS. Like, yes, the general public is more informed on that, and they are less likely to take it seriously, as opposed to MBTI. But there still appears to be like a pretty non-significant number of people that like take astrology like not only like seriously, but like super seriously. Of like, they'll make like career and financial decisions or like life decisions based off of like what their daily horoscope says, which is like very alarming to me. Well, or at least I'm glad you recognized false authority, Bob Marley. Because like, yeah, that whole appeal to authority thing is just BS. Appeal to false authority, that's a problem. Has astrology ever gotten someone fired? Yeah, I'll take that point. Probably not. But this might just be ignorance on my part. But do I know for a certain that MBTI has gotten someone fired? I don't know that for certain. Could I maybe see it as it prevented someone from getting a job? Maybe, because it seems like a lot of companies, large Fortune 500 companies, like use the MBTI. So, like, I can see from maybe that sort of harm aspect of like this might be preventing someone from getting a job. I can see how, yeah, there might be a slight distinction to be made between MBTI and its potential for harm, and astrology and its potential for harm. All right. So, where did I want to? Oh yeah, I wanted to show on this topic of personality. I'm not going to go through the entire research. Yeah. Okay. So, just to, give a brief primer on my sort of like thoughts on personality based off of the research. Okay. So like I mentioned earlier, that there's, I think, some interesting research, at least to me, the most interesting research about how your personality can be shaped and is potentially malleable, and that, it's at the very least, it does not seem to be exclusively rooted in biology or your genes, and that it seems like how you are raised, particularly in early childhood, or basically how you are treated as a child, can significantly affect your personality. Where it's like, there's this study here, where it's like, yeah, what they did is they basically assessed the influence of childhood attachment on adult personality. Okay, and this study took place over the course of like 3 decades, or like 30 years. Like, yeah, as I said, they followed participants across 30 years, which is why this is like some of the most interesting research to me, because like they measured the child based off a certain test, an attachment test, and then like 30 years later, they tested them again, and then they assessed their personality, and they were able to link the adult personality to like the childhood's attachment style, which is like super interesting, and I think more people should know about this. Where it's like, basically, to sum it up, I'll just read what I've highlighted previously. I've gone through this study before on my own, but I don't think I've ever covered it on stream. So, specifically, participants rated as secure early in life scored higher on agreeableness and conscientiousness, and lower on neuroticism in adulthood, whereas those rated as insecure scored lower on agreeableness and conscientiousness and higher on neuroticism. Exploratory mediation analyses revealed that neither adult attachment representations nor externalizing symptoms mediated the association between early security and stability. The implications of these findings for understanding the origins of personality variation are discussed. So they are pretty much like saying, this last sentence, that like your attachment in childhood appears to be like a variable that shapes your personality in adulthood, which is like, I think, super cool. And we know there's a lot of research to show that, a secure attachment in early life, from like baby to childhood, is associated with a lot of positive outcomes. Like, generally speaking, lower rates of mental health issues, lower rates of, anxiety and depression, generally speaking, like greater academic achievement, greater emotional intelligence, And as they say, like higher conscientiousness, and like higher conscientiousness is associated with also a whole bunch of positive things. That's also associated with the greater academic achievement, greater career achievement, better health outcomes. Those who score high on conscientiousness tend to lead healthier lifestyles. So like, basically, personality does appear to be malleable. Not only malleable in the sense that like it's shaped by early childhood experiences, but what we do know, or rather what we can say with confidence currently, is like if you have an insecure attachment, you can almost certainly move to a secure attachment. And I should probably like cover, do a separate stream like on secure attachment or attachment style, because that's just like a huge area of research that like I'm heavily interested in. So, wrapped up this review article showing that the Myers-Briggs is basically pseudoscience, if not explicitly pseudoscience. So now, what happens when we actually try to implement the Myers-Briggs of like actually like administer the test, try to make predictions, try to make associations, which is basically what this study tried to do. The association between Myers-Briggs type indicator and psychiatry as the specialty choice. I'm not going to read through the entire thing, even though it's like pretty short, like 4 or 5 pages. But I think just the abstract and the discussion is like enough to get like the main messages. The main messages is basically like, MBTI is meaningless in this context. The purpose of this pilot study is to examine the association between Myers-Briggs type indicator and prospective psychiatry residents. 46 American medical schools were contacted and asked to participate in this study. Data were collected and aggregated, and an aggregated list was compiled that included the following information: date of MBTI administration, academic year, MBTI form version, residency match information, and student demographic information. The data includes 835 American medical students who completed the MBTI survey and matched into a residency training program in the United States. All analyses were performed using R 3.12. This is just basically, statistical analysis. The probability of an introvert matching to a psychiatry residency is no different than that of an extrovert. So like, basically, when it comes to choosing psychiatry residency, introvert equally likely to choose it as an extrovert. The probability of an intuitive individual matching to a psychiatry residency is no different than that of a sensing type. The probability of a feeling type matching to a psychiatry residency is no different than that of a thinking type. The probability of a perceiving type matching to a psychiatry residency is no different than that of a judging type. Further analyses may elicit more accurate information regarding the personality profile of prospective psychiatry residents. The improvement in communication, team dynamics, mentor-mentee relationships, and reduction in workplace conflicts are possible with the awareness of MBTI personality profiles. Doesn't seem to have any sort of predictive capability. This pilot study examines the personality profile of medical students who matched into a psychiatry residency program. The majority of students exhibited the profile of introversion over extroversion, intuition over sensing, judging over perceiving, and no preference for thinking versus feeling. However, the results are not statistically significant, and further studies are necessary to identify any association between MBTI and the selection of psychiatry as a specialty. Absolutely lurk away. Never a problem. There are several limitations to this study that are noteworthy. First, not all medical schools had the opportunity to participate in this study. 46 medical schools were contacted due to their response from a previous survey, and only 4 medical schools participated in this study. Another limitation is the small sample size of 28 medical students who matched into psychiatry residency training programs. The small sample size may not be an accurate reflection of general psychiatry applicants and limits the ability to extrapolate the results to general psychiatry applicants. Due to the paucity of participants and for the protection and prevention of identifying the participating medical students, demographic information including sex, age, and race ethnicity were not examined in detail. We also accepted all forms of MBTI and medical students at different points in their medical education to increase the sample size. Both MBTI Form M and Form G were included in this study. Form M is the updated and current version. Form M has higher test-retest consistency and reliability compared to the previously administered Form G. While the majority of the data represent medical students in their first and second years of medical education, data from third year and fourth year medical students were also included. There is a possibility that these variables may have influenced the study. It is also important to note that this study was conducted to determine the association between MBTI and prospective psychiatry residents. Students should not be discouraged from applying to psychiatry regardless of their MBTI profile. Mowbray et al. Reported numerous factors that influence the choice of career. The authors agree that it is inappropriate to focus on a single factor, such as MBTI, to select a specialty. In summary, this pilot study examined the association between MBTI and prospective psychiatry residents. Aspiring psychiatrists showed preferences of introversion over extroversion. I've already read that. Well, yeah. But basically, it doesn't seem, well, again, this is a small study, a pilot study, but like in this pilot study, like the MBTI seemed to serve no utility whatsoever. So now to take the MBTI test. Well, actually, I still want to track down my old personality test. Give me a moment. I'm like, yeah, determined. Okay, I think I found it. One moment. I have to like sign in. Okay. So I've taken some personality tests in the past that I'm gonna show some results, and you'll see. I think it goes back more than a year. So like I took it like before I started to stream. Like I took it out of my own curiosity. Oh, no, I have no doubt that you and Bob are having a very funny exchange. It's just like I can't multitask that well. So I from what I can tell, this is one of the higher quality personality tests, because like this website is coming from basically a university. I believe it's maintained by a research group. Just yeah. Where I believe they mentioned which research group. But either way. So my results, and this personality test. It's one of the big 5 personality tests. So it's like, it's testing conscientiousness, agreeableness, neuroticism. Like yeah, personality traits. So you can see here. So they scored out of 5. 5 is like, the maximum. You're 100% whatever conscientiousness. So here in extroversion, so me, I'm in dark green. Okay, so like I'm pretty low in extroversion. Agreeableness, I guess I'm like average. I'm agreeable as others, but I'm almost like maxing out in conscientiousness. What I score the highest in is like conscientiousness, which in retrospect, but I'm biased, but given my lifestyle, it's not all that surprising. And then I'm very low on neuroticism. Like I would say it's like non-existent. I have like no negative thoughts whatsoever. And at the very least, that I think that tracks with my eternal optimism. And I think I'm like kind of like right in the middle when it comes to openness. But I guess technically below average comparison to others. And you can, so one of the nice things is that this allows you to track things over time. Right. And you can see, so I've done these tests a long time ago. So I hover over one, the date was July 2020. Like I wasn't doing this for streaming purposes, because this is before me starting to stream. And you can see my personality is pretty stable. But you can see that my openness appears to have increased a little bit. This is from July 2020 to November 2020. But you can see overall pretty stable. My extroversion does not move. My neuroticism does not move. I pretty much like scored the lowest on neuroticism. And my conscientiousness, like basically also more or less unmoved. Pretty high. Yes, I will link it. And actually, and this also makes sense, okay? And another thing that it allows you to do, it allows you to assess your attachment style, okay? And, well, it's tracking it over time, but I guess I don't want to track it over time. But yeah, you can see here, it basically like tracks kind of like your different relationships. But basically I am in the secure space for pretty much everyone except for my mother, because I don't talk to my mother. But that's sort of like it's just like by default, this basically that doesn't mean anything because I have like literally no contact with my mother. But you can see like I'm like very heavily in the secure space, and like that actually makes sense. Because like as I showed in the previous research, like those who score secure on attachment style, they tend to have like higher conscientiousness, and it looks like I tend to score pretty high in conscientiousness. And so I would say all of it's like pretty consistent. And again, you can see that I took I took these a couple of years ago. Like yeah, July 2020, November 2020. And you can see that like I'm just like I'm very highly. I've taken multiple tests. I haven't done any like official attachment style test administered by like a psychologist as much as I would like to, but those tend to be pretty expensive actually. But like of every single like online credible attachment style test that you can take, like I always test like very heavily secure. So now let's see, what do I get for the MBTI? Do I have to create an account for this? Oh. Is it really just these? Okay. I hope it's free. I regularly make new friends. I would probably put just slightly agree there. Should I... Actually, maybe I should, based off of the descriptions, I guess try to determine what type I am. Just based off of the description, and then take the test. Okay. So already right here, I know that I'm not an architect. I would not consider myself imaginative. Probably anyone with imaginative is gonna be like already out the window. Commander. Oh, I should probably, even though I don't believe in introversion or extroversion, I don't consider myself an introvert or an extrovert. It's just like whatever. But I guess I would probably score more on the introverted side for this test. So I guess anyone with an E is out of the question for me. Quiet and mystical. I think that's out right there. Oh wow, Alec, thank you so much for the raid. Shout out to Alex. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great stream. Everyone should go follow Alec. They do great streams. Informative and entertaining. And thank you so much for the follow, the Ghost of Avalon. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. I am Corey Campbell. I am a PhD candidate in biochemistry. I cover science. I cover news. I cover some politics, and I do the occasional workout stream. And right now, what we're doing, what we're discussing, or what I'm trying to show, is that the Myers-Briggs personality test is pseudoscience. And welcome, Balko. Thank you so much for passing by. Yeah, exactly. Myers-Briggs, a bunch of BS, and we're going to see what is my personality type. I'm going to take the Myers-Briggs personality test right now, but before I take it, I'm going to try and like narrow down which one I am before I take the test, and like, does the test match what I think I am beforehand? Okay, so basically anything with an E, narrowed out. What is a logistician? Bold and practical experimenters. I should probably like have a notepad. Okay, so it's probably somewhere here on the far left. Or at least... Definitely not adventurer. Yeah. Charming artist. Not me. So... It absolutely... Where it seems to get its most use is in... basically in the corporate world. Of, like, screening for people, screening for employees. Yes, so absolutely, Bokkel, you are correct. That, well, ocean is one of them, or canoe is the other sort of, acronym, where it's like, yeah, you have openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and eroticism. And you are correct. That is the better one. That is the one that is, like, scientifically validated, empirically validated, and that's, like, a legitimate personality test. 100%. It's called the 5-factor model, or the Big Five, for those 5 personality traits. I'm probably... I'm reasonably sure the test is going to give me, like, a logistician. ISTJ. So far, based off of the description. Poetic. Kind and ultra... So, like... I think everything here tracks except for poetic. Poetic is, like... I don't know that I would consider myself poetic. But I'll put it down as a possibility. And even here, like, so like, thirst for knowledge. Totally, I would say that's me. But this innovative inventor, I don't think I can put that label on me. Oh, I guess I should click on it. Prospecting. What the heck is prospecting? Like, prospecting, like, whatever. Searching for gold prospector? Which includes the judging and prospecting reflects how people plan and deal with the options they have. These traits answer questions like, do you prefer spontaneity or certainty? Do you feel more comfortable? Well, I hate these binaries, but whatever. I guess I can see how I'm... I don't know. It's gotta be one of these 3. But let's see what is the logistician? A logistician, ISTJ, is someone with the introverted, observant thinking, and judging personality traits. These people tend to be reserved yet willful, with a rational outlook on life. They pose their actions carefully and carry them out with a methodical purpose. You know, I feel in real time, like, the Barnum effect kicking in. It's like, oh yeah, totally rational, totally methodical. So, like, yeah, I think it's probably one of these 3. I would probably put it as, like, ISTJ as the most likely. Put that as first. Alright, so from there, let's take the test. Get off my screen. Oh yes, absolutely. As I've said many times throughout the stream, this is basically just like astrology or horoscopes. Regularly make new friends. Slightly agree.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, Tina too. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. And always enjoy your streams too. Seeing other people cry can easily make you feel like you want to... and also, shout out to Tina too. Day stream as well. They do great streams, and also fellow Canadian. Seeing other people cry can easily make you feel like you want to cry too. I would say depends on who's crying, really. But I would say on the whole, you often make a backup plan. I'm pretty neutral on that. Yes, we are amassing. We need more Canadians like me and Lactoid on Prime's panels. I think I'm right in the middle on this one. You just stay calm even under a lot of pressure. That's fair. At social events, you rarely try to introduce yourself to new people and mostly talk to the ones you already know. That's probably true. But I'm a Twitch streamer. I don't go to social events. You prefer to completely finish one project before starting another. See? That. Very sentimental. Really know what that means. I would say I'm sentimental. I don't know what it means to be the... You like to use organizing tools like schedules and lists. Actually, I don't. Even a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities, knowledge. I only disagree with that. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind feedback. I don't take that for granted, and I appreciate it. And I know that you have no offense towards Factoid. I understand exactly what you mean. You feel comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation. I mean, I would say I feel comfortable. I don't actually do that. But I'm not afraid of like going up to a stranger. You are not too interested in discussing various interpretations and analyses of creative works. So yeah, I am not too interested. So to disagree, that means I am interested. There's some slight interest there. I don't know. I don't really like these questions or how they're framed. You are more inclined to follow your head so like a question like this. Like, I don't know how to deal with it. Like both. I'm like right in the middle. But if I have to choose one. I go back. I don't know. And I think this is just like a false dichotomy. And like, I don't know. What does heart mean in the context of a presumably like scientific, whatever, personality test? Do you follow your heart? Oh, so like that my personality one? Or oh, your personality? This one? Yeah, I would say this one, from what I can tell, this one seems like one of the more legitimate ones. And I think everyone should know what their attachment style is. I think that is just useful information for everyone to know about themselves. You usually prefer just doing what you feel like at any given moment instead of planning a particular daily routine. Yeah, this binary, like I'm a planner. I have daily plans, but also at the same time, I'm a pretty flexible person. Where it's like, you know, this is where my personal experience with like a chronic illness like has to come into play. Of like, I've learned that like to have the expectation that I have like rock solid plans and that my day will always go according to plan. It's like never gonna happen. And so it's like I have like built-in flexibility in like all my plans. You rarely worry about whether you make a good impression on people. That's partially true. You enjoy participating in group activities. That's highly dependent on what the group is. Group activities, whatever, as a group project, hate. Group activities with, like, friends, whatever, playing games, board games, love that. I'm pretty neutral on that. You like books and movies that make you come up with your own interpretation of the ending. I would... So yeah. I guess movies like Inception, where it's ambiguous. Well, spoiler alert, but basically the ending of Inception is ambiguous. And I would say I don't like those types of endings. I love the movie Inception, but I don't like the ambiguous ending. I like a good, happy ending. In every context. Your happiness comes from more from helping others accomplish things than your own accomplishment. Yes, that's fair. Yeah, so, and actually, I might be backtracking a bit. Because as much as I love a happy ending movie, like, one of my favorite movies of all time, like, top 3, is the movie Seven, directed by David Fincher. And that's, like, not a happy ending at all. Not going to spoil it, even though it's a pretty, I think, classic ending that I think just about everybody knows. But, like, I love that movie. I can rewatch that movie. I have rewatched that movie by, like, hundreds of times at this point. And it's not a happy ending. Or at least, well... This is where it's... I'm gonna, like, dissect Seven. Like, it's a happy ending in the context of one of the characters, because, like, I don't want to give away the movie to anybody that hasn't seen it, but, like, one of the characters, based off of their journey, it's sort of a mildly happy ending for them. That's all I'll say. You are interested in so many things that you find it difficult to choose what to try next. Actually, there's some truth to that. You're prone to worrying that things will... No. To avoid leadership roles in group. That also depends. You are definitely not an artistic type of person. I would actually probably on the verge of strongly agreeing with that. But I would like to think I have like a sliver of artistic ability. You think the world would be a better place if people relied more on rationality and less on their feelings. Oh. Actually, I think the world would be a better place if more people got in touch, recognized that they have feelings. I'm, like, right in the middle. And actually, on the topic of La La Land, I've actually never... I have no problem admitting I have no artistic ability, but I still appreciate and I'm pro-art. I'm pro-arts degrees, too. Pro-free arts degrees. For anyone that wants to pursue it. You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax. Pretty strong disagreement. You enjoy watching people argue. This is... depends. I don't like watching two people I care about have a legitimate argument. Do I enjoy watching a debate? Yes. Is a debate an argument? Yes, technically not. Yeah, do I enjoy... You tend to avoid drawing attention to yourself. That's almost certainly true. I would say strong... That is a strong disagreement. You lose patience. I do... I think I know how you answered this question, Bob Marley. I'm reasonably sure you were all the way on the other end of, like, smashing that agree button. Losing patience with people who are not as efficient as you. You often end up doing things at the last possible moment. Would that... You have always been fascinated by the question of what, if anything, happens after death. Care that much. But a little bit of agreement. You usually prefer to be around others rather than your own. But like, yeah, here is where it's like... I think it's pretty clear, pretty obvious to me that, you know, they're trying to assess my degree of introversion, extroversion. And like, I just reject this binary of like, when it comes to interacting, with like people that I care about, like my friends, my family members that I love, I like interacting with them. And like, I don't get tired from interacting with them. But like, if it's, you know, if it's people that I just like find numbing, yeah, I don't want to be around you. I'm right in the middle. This is where I reject that introversion extroversion dichotomy. You become bored or lose interest from the discussion. I would pretty strongly disagree with that. You find it easy to empathize with a person whose experiences are very different. I hope. This might just be wishful thinking, but I would like to think that's true. You usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible. Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'm sort of like in the decision-making process for whatever, a somewhat big life decision. At least that will affect, you know, maybe the next year or two of my life. But do I usually postpone finalizing? I don't think I do. For as long as, basically like, procrastinating on a decision. I don't think I do that. I rarely second guess. Yes, that's true. I don't often second guess. After a long and exhausting week, a lively social event is just what you need. But yeah. At least it's... So, given this context. And... yeah, that's probably not the case. Yeah, a lively... Well, it depends on what you mean by a lively social event. Like, if a group of friends, of my close friends, like, asking me to do something, and that's the lively social event, I have no problem, even if it's, like, an exhausting week. But, like, yeah, if it's, like, I don't know, a corporate event, I have no interest in that after a long, exhausting week. This, to me, it's, like, highly context-dependent. But I will moderately, or mildly disagree. You enjoy going to art museums? I do, but it's mostly like... mostly just out of admiration of like what people are able to like create. Like, even the most simplest of paintings is like a work of wonder to me. Just because like, again, I have virtually no artistic ability whatsoever. You often have a hard time understanding other people's feelings. I would strongly disagree. The strongest to disagree. You like to have a to-do list for each day. No. You rarely feel in... No, they're not. Like, I can empathize in terms of, like, I understand the space that you are coming from. Because I know you've got economic brain, I guess I would call it now. I was just like, well, there's no, you know, how do I assess this labor? You know? But I would say I pretty rarely feel. You avoid making phone calls. Depends. I'm right in the middle there. You often spend a lot of time trying to understand views that are very different from your own. I pretty strongly agree with that. In your social circle, you are often the one who contacts your friends and initiates activities. That is pretty strong disagree. If your plans are interrupted, your top priority is to get back on track as soon as possible. I think that's pretty fair. I'm a pretty good course corrector. You are still bothered by mistakes that you made a long time ago. Oh, I'm pretty good at making peace. Or maybe I've never made mistakes. You rarely contemplate the reasons for human existence or the meaning of life. I have no frame of reference. I don't know how often do other people contemplate human existence. Will mildly disagree. Your emotions control you more than you control them. I reject this dichotomy. Awful. But whatever. Take great care not to make people look bad, even when it is completely their fault. That's where I largely agree with that. Your personal work style is closer to spontaneous bursts of energy than organized and consistent efforts. That's pretty strong. My pattern is like, I think my pattern is pretty clear. If my gym work ethic is like parallels just my overall work ethic, like the one thing I have going for me, like I'm very consistent, and I think that holds true both in my academic and professional life, where it's like if there's one trait that I think I have pretty good at consistency when it comes to something that I care about or like I'm like heavily invested. But I will totally take the point that I am absolutely not the most consistent streamer. But that's just because, like, no offense to anybody out there, but streaming right now is not my #1 priority. But I want to make it a priority so that I can be more consistent. But like, here's where it's like, if it's the choice between like going to the gym or streaming, I'm choosing going to the gym. Where it's like, yeah, I can technically free up more time to stream more and like stop going to the gym, but that's just like not going to happen. So I'll maintain consistency at the gym. And you know, one of my goals is to hopefully like have that overlap where I can do like more workout streams, that I can be both consistent at the gym, and that bleeds into consistency streaming. When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it will take them to feel disappointed in you. No, I don't. So some of these questions, you'll encounter similar questions like this in the attachment style, which those are attachment style is a legitimate psychological concept, and I would say it's like one of the most important psychological concepts. And like I said, I think everyone should be aware of their attachment style, because I think it's so useful, not just in your personal relationships, but just like in your professional, and like every it colors like virtually every human interaction that you have. Being aware of it and seeing where you can make improvements, I think everyone should have that knowledge. You would love a job that requires you to work alone most of the time. But it depends. Depends on the people. You believe that pondering abstract philosophical questions is a waste of time? No, I don't. as much as I sort of like push back of too much philosophizing, I still enjoy pondering philosophical questions. And as much as I say that very often philosophy can be divorced from reality, you can get too lost in philosophy. I still enjoy philosophical questions, and you feel more drawn to places with busy, bustling atmospheres, and so this is a strong disagree. That I can say, at least with confidence. Like, I don't like large crowds, and this is nothing to do with shyness, nothing to do with whatever, introversion, extroversion. I just don't trust large crowds. And like, not to get like morbid, but one of the reasons I don't trust large crowds, like, unfortunately played out in Korea, and like that, with the like hundreds of people dying, because like a crowd can just like get out of control, in like various ways, which is like super sad. What happened? You know, at first glance, how someone is feeling. Glance, probably not. You often feel overwhelmed. Strong disagree. I tend to have a pretty high bandwidth. You complete things methodically without skipping over any steps. Strong agreement. I get this type of feedback from people at work, much to their disappointment, that I'm not willing to skip steps. And that, you know, in some people's assessment, I'm too methodical. You are very intrigued by things labeled as controversial. Yeah, there's decent agreement. You would pass along a good opportunity if you thought someone else needed it more. Probably some strong agreement there. Super strong or strong agree. I just go strong agree. You struggle with deadlines. I do not. Feel confident that things will work out for you. Yeah. But I also recognize I'm coming from a place of privilege. That this is like unique to me and the life circumstances that I happen to be born into. Yeah. Is it just like purely coincidental? So I review, I guess, just see results. So to recap, before based off of the descriptions, I would expect that it probably would put me as an ISTJ, or like clearly like, well, I something. But based off of the description, I think ISTJ is probably the most likely. INFJ, advocate. Advocates are quiet visionaries, often serving as inspiring and tireless idealists. So, like, I'm right in the middle of introversion, extroversion. That's why I, like, reject that binary. Like, well, how is this useful? Oh, yes. Music, thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. And yeah. Thank you so much again to Alec for the raid. Super appreciate it. And like happy to have you here. And welcome Thrasha. Always a pleasure. So like, yeah. I'm pretty equal mix of introverted, extroverted. I'm 63% intuitive. Intuitive individuals are very imaginative, open-minded. I would not... This very imaginative, don't think describes me. Hidden meanings and distant possibilities. I don't think about me. But hey, maybe the test knows something about me that I don't know. I'm 71% feeling. Some might say this makes me like just an awful scientist. You know, too much feeling in the sciences. I'm 61% judging. Judging individuals are decisive, thorough, and highly organized. They value clarity, predictability, and closure, preferring structure and planning to spontaneity. So, this is just basically conscientiousness. But like, at least I don't see how this is different from conscientiousness. And I'm not sure why they call it judging. But whatever. I'm 93% assertive. Assertive individuals are self-assured, even-tempered, and resistant to stress. They refuse to worry too much and tend to be self-confident when striving to achieve goals. Before we move on to your profile, would you like... Oh. Why not? I don't really care if you see my dummy email. Introduction. Treat people as if they were what they ought to be. And you help them to become what they are capable of being. Yeah, I'm a filthy centrist. Well, at least I'm not a centrist when it comes to assertiveness. But so interestingly enough, so I put these as like the 3 that it would probably identify me as, and it actually classified me as something not totally different. Like I guess the IN part, fine. It's really just the judging part that's off. Where it's like, yeah, I guess instead of INFP, INFJ. Advocates. Well, I guess me as a Twitch Paul streamer, technically, I'm an advocate, right? Ooh, and already right here. Oh, this makes me feel really good and special. Maybe the rarest personality type of all. So, like, in your face, I am the most special. But they certainly leave their mark on the world. Idealistic and principled, they aren't content to coast through life. They want to stand up and make a difference. For advocate personalities, success doesn't come from money or status, but from seeking fulfillment, helping others, and being a force for good in the world. Just, this is just like stroking my ego in real time. While they have lofty goals and ambitions, advocates shouldn't be mistaken for idle dreamers. People with this personality type care about integrity, and they're rarely satisfied until they've done what they know to be right. Conscientious to the core. Okay, so here is where we'll go back. Log into this off stream. So, personality traits, like, yeah. This is C, conscientiousness. And like, yeah. Time. So conscientiousness is here, and 5 is the max. Like, I score like super high. And I say that because it's relative to like the others. So, like, I guess compared to other people, other data points that they've collected from people taking this, I'm just like whatever. For whatever reason, well, I have my suspicions as to why. I'm just like, yeah, I score well above average when it comes to conscientiousness, which is, yeah, a tendency to be organized and dependable, show self-discipline, act dutifully, aim for achievement, and prefer planned rather than spontaneous behavior. So, like, is it interesting? Is it interesting that it says, like, yeah, conscientious to the core, and that tracks with, presumably, and hopefully, a better personality test. One that's, well, Big 5 personality, like an official test, like that's validated. And like I said, from this online test, it seems to be one of the more credible ones because it seems to be coming out of a research group at a university. But like I can't say anything about like official tests. Like this is all just like I'm just hoping that I was able to do my due diligence and find a decent personality test, a decent, legitimate 5-factor personality test. So like, is it surprising, or is it, you know, interesting that it's able to identify me as conscientious? They probably not, just because, like, you know, if you go through this, I don't think it's that difficult to tease out something like conscientiousness, or even neuroticism, right? Especially when you're asking questions, or even introversion versus extroversion, right? Oh, like, you know, after an exhausting week, is a lively social event, you know, the thing for you. I don't think that's difficult to tease out. And so I don't think it's difficult, something like the MBTI, tease out conscientiousness. But either way, you know, we'll see what the rest has to say. They move through life with a clear sense of their values, and they aim never to lose sight of what truly matters, not according to other people or society at large, but according to their own wisdom and intuition. Which again, like, I do feel like the Barnum effect is like coming into play in real time. Like, oh yeah, I want this to be me. Seeking purpose. Perhaps because their personality type is so uncommon, advocates tend to carry around a sense, whether conscious or not, of being different from most people. With their rich inner lives and their deep, abiding desire to find their life purpose, they don't always fit in with those around them. This isn't to say that advocates can't enjoy social acceptance or close relationships, only that they sometimes feel misunderstood or at odds with the world. Fortunately, this sense of being out of step doesn't diminish advocates' commitment to making the world a better place. Advocates are troubled by injustice, and they typically care more about altruism than personal gain. I'm like, yeah, is this like resonating with me? Sure, but I also like, I have my own personal bias of like, do I strive to be hopefully less selfish and more altruistic? Yes, but like I can't judge that for myself. Again, this is just like having my ego stroked in real time. They often feel called to use their strengths, including creativity, I don't know, imagination. I don't know that anybody would peg me as creative. I don't know that anyone would put the label of creativity or imaginative on me. And so sensitivity, perhaps, to uplift others and spread compassion. Many advocates see helping others as their mission in life, and they're always looking for ways to step in and speak up for what is right. People with this personality type also aspire to fix society's deeper problems, in the hope that unfairness and hardship can become things of the past. At times, however, advocates may focus so intently on their ideals that they don't take adequate care of themselves, a pattern that can lead to stress and burnout. Which, like, I think it's fair to say that I at least put an effort to take care of myself. I see that as a foundation of hopefully in helping others. Absolutely, Paul. So you were pretty much reading my mind. And I would maybe reframe it as, in the process of helping myself, I'm helping others. As in the process of taking care of myself, I'm in a better position to help and take care of others. The expression that I like to use is, you cannot pour from an empty cup. You have to ensure that your cup is filled. And I've had this conversation with, you know, close friends of mine, family, and you know, it's a simple sort of not simple. The real life example is if you're on a plane if you're flying on a plane and, the masks come down as they instruct you, put your mask on first before you start helping someone else. It's like, yeah, you are of no use to anybody if you don't take care and help yourself. And, again, is this maybe something that resonates with me? Like, this, how much is it is true and how much is it wishful thinking? I don't know. But like, whatever. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm a Twitch Paul streamer. So it's like, am I trying to advocate for things in the Twitch politics space? Yes. But I don't know that I would really... Is Twitch Paul really advocacy? If I'm being honest, like, almost like... I think you have to squint really hard. At least for me personally, and like the size of my platform. Connecting with others and themselves. Advocates may be introverted, but they value deep, authentic relationships with others. Few things bring these personalities as much joy as truly knowing another person and being known in return. Advocates enjoy meaningful conversations, far more than small talk, and they tend to communicate in a way that is warm and sensitive. This emotional honesty and insight can make a powerful impression on the people around them. But the fact that you know this and have come to this realization, I think speaks volumes. Because I know many people that never come to this realization, or like they come to it, like very exceptionally late in life. And I will draw upon my experience as like a personal trainer, where like I've trained with, I've had clients who have been, financially successful, but it's clear that they have like paid a cost in terms of their health, and that it affects their well-being. And it appears to be all too common that like I get sort of like the feedback or the sentiment of like, oh yeah, I wish I paid more attention to my health starting earlier, and I didn't neglect that because like now there's a little bit of like regret coming in. That link is the principle of capitalism. What link are you referring to? A web link? And like, yeah, when it comes to connecting with others, again, does this resonate with me? Like, is it, and do I want this to be true about me? Part of me, definitely, yes. But is it actually true? I don't think so. Or it's like, again, I can't judge for myself. Thoughtful and compassionate, advocates pour a great deal of energy and care into their relationships. This doesn't mean that they always feel appreciated in return. Advocates tend to act with great thought and care, and it can frustrate them when other people don't recognize their good intentions. As a result, even constructive criticism may feel incredibly personal or hurtful to personalities. A personal mission. Many advocates feel that their life has a unique purpose, a mission that they were put onto this earth to fulfill. I don't know that this does not resonate with me. I don't know that I was here for a purpose. At the very least, this has like a religious undertones that like I reject. I don't think I'm here to serve a higher purpose, or that like some higher calling is whatever affecting me. I think it's up to each individual, like hopefully find their purpose or to develop meaning in their life, which I think is important. For people with this personality type, one of the most rewarding aspects of life is seeking out this purpose, and then once they've found it, striving to do it justice. When advocates encounter inequity or unfairness, they rarely give up. Instead, they consult their intuition and their compassion to find a solution. With their innate ability to balance the heart with the head, advocates are hardwired to right the wrongs of the world, no matter how big or small. These personalities just need to remember that while they're busy taking care of everyone else, they pause sometimes and take care of themselves as well. Absolutely. And so, well, it's a little bit strange that that almost in the description of the advocate itself, they are like also rejecting the dichotomy of like they're saying that like the advocate, you know, they don't necessarily strongly lean one way or the other when it comes to leading with the heart or the head, or I guess leading with feelings versus whatever rationality. Or it's like, oh yeah, these are balanced individuals, but it's like with the quiz, with the questions, it's trying to like force me into a dichotomy, which I don't think anybody really does fit into a dichotomy. Like I think people should be balancing the heart with the head. I don't think they should be leaning one way or the other. Like, whatever. Thoughts and feelings are dimensions of every human being, and I think they should be weighted equally and taken into account equally. Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope your lag subsides soon. So, strengths and weaknesses. So yeah, I guess we're getting to the nitty-gritty details of me, presumably. Creative. Advocates aren't exactly like everyone else, and that's a wonderful thing. So it's like, I don't know. The way they're phrasing it, it's like, I obviously don't know how the other personalities are phrased, but like, again, it's just like, it seems like it's really trying to stroke your ego. And that's a wonderful thing. People with this personality type embrace their creative side, always on the lookout for opportunities to express themselves and think outside the box. I think I made it clear that I don't consider myself a creative person. At least not artistically creative. Do I think I'm creative when it comes to solving problems? I do believe I'm creative in that aspect. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I became a scientist. As like, you know, I think I'm pretty good at solving problems. I think that is borne out in my experience. That's borne out in the experience that I get from like whatever my colleagues, whatever supervisors. Yeah, exactly. Broad concept. Like, what does it mean to be creative? These personalities, where it's like, you know, I think when people say creative, like they generally mean, at least I usually interpret it in the context of like artistic creativity, of like, you know, painting, drawing, sculpting, whatever, acting, those types of what I would say creative outlets, as opposed to like me solving a problem in a lab. Like, yeah, definitely there's an aspect of creativity to it, but I don't think that's what people think of when they say someone is creative. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, he really solved that that experimental problem. Insightful. These personalities know all too well that appearances can be misleading. Advocates strive to move beyond superficiality and seek out the deeper truths in lives. This can give them an almost uncanny ability to understand people's true motivations, feelings, and needs. And actually, well, I don't know, Bob Marley, if you had your suspicions of what category I would fall into. But like, did you have any suspicions that I would fall into whatever, any of the ones that I listed? Or like this one, the INFJ? Like, would you have labeled me as an advocate before I took the test? Or like, well, maybe you didn't even ask the question, which is totally fine, obviously. Principled. Advocates tend to have strong beliefs and values, particularly when it comes to matters of ethics. When advocates talk about topics close to their heart, their conviction and heartfelt idealism can inspire and persuade even the sternest of skeptics. Here's where it's like, I don't know that I talk about topics that are close to me. I don't know that I'm the best at persuading. If my experience on panels and debates is any indication, I think I'm pretty poor at persuading. And inspiring and persuading. I don't think I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody from a debate panel or from a panel or a debate that I've inspired or persuaded, but who knows? Advocates crave a sense of purpose in life. Rather than living on autopilot or sticking to the status quo, they want to chase after their ideals. This isn't a personality type that shies away from big dreams. In fact, advocates are energized and impassioned by the beauty of their visions for the future. Altruistic. People with this personality type aren't happy to succeed at another person's expense. Advocates want to use their strengths for the greater good, and they rarely lose sight of how their words and actions might affect others. In their heart of hearts, they want to make the world a better place, starting with the people around them. And again, is there a wishful thinking aspect of myself that wants this to be true? Yes. Is this actually true? That's hard for me to say. So now my weaknesses. Very curious on what my weaknesses. Sensitive to criticism. Advocates aren't averse to feedback. That is, unless they believe that someone is challenging their most cherished principles or values. When it comes to the issues that are near or dear to them, people with this personality type can become defensive. I might be. So how do I deal with this? How do I reject this sensitivity to criticism, right? Because if I say that I'm not sensitive to criticism, well, that means that I'm sensitive to criticism. I don't think this is true about me. I don't think I get defensive or dismissive. This might be wishful thinking as well, possible. But I think I'm good at hearing people out and holding space for different beliefs and viewpoints. Yeah, exactly. This is a no-win situation. Well, am I taking this too personally? Oh, well, then maybe I am sensitive to criticism. But I don't think that I'm sensitive to criticism. At least, I think it's fair to say that I don't think I can be in the Twitch politics space at all if I was sensitive to criticism. I think that comes with the territory. I think I'd have to be pretty deluded to think that if I'm sensitive to criticism, well, let's just go into the space that will criticize you no matter what. I think it's inaccurate. But again, I will let other people be the judge. Well, obviously, I cannot objectively assess myself. But at the very least, I strive to not be sensitive to criticism. Reluctant to open up. Advocates value honesty and authenticity, but they're also private. They may find it difficult to open up and be vulnerable about their struggles, not wanting to burden someone else with their issues. Unfortunately, when advocates don't ask for help, they may inadvertently hold themselves back or create distance in their relationships. This might have been true a long time ago, 15 years ago, but not true today. And given the fact that I answered the questions today, I don't think it tracks with me today. As in, so far, these first two weaknesses, I don't think they really resonate with me. The advocate personality type is all but defined by idealism. While this is a wonderful quality in many ways, it doesn't always leave room for the messiness in real life. Advocates might find it difficult to appreciate their jobs, living situations, or relationships if they're continually fixating on imperfections and wondering whether they should be looking for something better. Sort of the grass is always greener syndrome. I don't think I fall prey to that. If anything, I make it a point to practice gratitude. That's part of the mindfulness meditation that I do daily. Well, no, everyone has weaknesses. Maybe I'm just too blind to my own weaknesses, right? Maybe I'm just too deluded, right? So was I can say, did I fall? Was I more likely to fall prey to this, like, whatever, 15, 20 years ago, like, the answer would be yes. Of, like, yeah, like, when I was a teenager, totally. Or a teenager, or, like, early 20s. There's definitely, like, a vein, or, like, a striving for perfection. I think I was decent at, like, course correcting, and recognizing that not only is it unrealistic, but also, like, unhealthy, and also you can be blind you things that you should be grateful for. But I totally have weaknesses. I just don't think this test is good at, sussing them out. Avoiding the ordinary. Advocates yearn to do extraordinary things with their lives, but it's hard to achieve anything extraordinary without breaking down into small, manageable steps. Unless they translate their dreams into everyday routine and to-do lists, advocates may struggle to turn their grand visions into reality. I don't know that I yearn to do extraordinary things. I don't know. But, like... Aha. Interesting. Well, what were your 4 letters again? If you want to share. You don't have to, but I think you mentioned it before. But if you change your mind. But I'm curious. Yeah, so, like, me, I'm the INFJ. Right, well, presumably INFJ. But, like, real one is the IN. Prone to burnout. Advocates, perfectionism, and reserve leave them with few options for letting off steam. People with this personality type can exhaust themselves if they don't balance their drive to help others with necessary self-care and rest. Okay. So, well, INTP is the one that I suspected it might label me as. But now that I know that you're an INTP, I'm glad that... obviously, I'm just joking. I don't put any stock in these letters. And, like, yeah, I don't think I'm prone to burnout. I think well, it's a little bit strange that they are separating perfectionism from prone to burnout. Like, if they're labeling me as perfectionistic, I think, like, these are almost one and the same. As in, like, yeah, if in fact you are perfectionistic, it should not be whatever groundbreaking knowledge that you might be prone to burnout. But I don't think well, first of all, I reject I'm perfectionistic. Thus, like, I reject that I'm prone to burnout. But my life isn't over, and hopefully it's not going to be over for a long time. So maybe I just haven't reached my burnout stage yet. I do recognize that probably everyone out there has their breaking point, and maybe I just haven't reached mine. Oh, romantic relationships. I'm very curious. It's like, I think I know... I have a high degree of confidence of who I am in romantic relationships. And... I have a test. I have that test to back it up. Like, I'm generally, like, super secure in romantic relationships. Or it's like, yeah, according to your responses, your general attachment style is secure. Not only, like, am I secure, like, based off of, like, again, the quizzes that I've taken so far, but none of them, like, official assessments, but they all, like, pretty much, like, come back with the same thing. Like, oh, Matt, you are very heavily secure. So, advocates look for depth and meaning in their relationships. I think this holds true for everybody at, like, a fundamental level. And the romantic relationships are no different. This is a personality type known for having a vibrant, vivid imagination. I reject that. I don't think this is true of me at all. In fact, I think I have... Part of me suspects that I have no imagination whatsoever. Because, like, I don't daydream. And in fact, like, not that this is the only metric of imagination, but I never daydream. And like, I don't remember ever, virtually ever, my dreams when I wake up. Like, I pretty much like wake up with a blank slate, like virtually every single day. Like maybe like once or twice a year do I remember something that I've dreamt. But few advocates can imagine themselves settling for a match founded on anything less than true love. Don't holds true at a fundamental level for virtually everyone as well. It can take time for advocates to find a compatible partner. Some people might think that advocates are too choosy, and it's true that these personalities can be prone to unrealistic expectations. With their perfectionistic, idealistic nature, advocates might be tempted to hold out for a perfect partner or relationship that ultimately doesn't exist. Good news, advocates' idealism, if balanced with just enough realism, can actually enhance their love life. Which I don't think is true of me. Never daydream. Is it? I don't like some people like. I know some people who really enjoy the process of like daydreaming. Of like they just like love like kind of like whatever, phasing out, getting lost in their own world. Like that's just like a foreign concept. I don't know. Maybe that part of my brain is just like injured or something. But like even just the concept of daydreaming, like I can meditate, and like I do meditation every day. But like I'm not daydreaming. While I'm doing that, I'm like I'm either trying to like focus on my breathing, or you know I get lost in thought, of course. But like I really don't know what it is to daydream. And like when people like say or like mention that you know they daydream, like, I don't know. I honestly like don't know what that means. Like again, it seems like I'm like missing that part of my brain. Is this for real? Advocates tend to be attuned to their core values, keenly aware of what matters to them on a soul level. And so, I think already, well, I've made my stance on the MBTI pretty clear already. But like the fact that they're using language like this, like they're mentioning, you know, I feel something at the level of my soul, like would you really expect like a legitimate, validated psychological assessment to like mention your soul? Like, oh yeah, you're the soul of you is like conscientious. That would just be like a ridiculous thing to say. This helps them look beyond surface level attraction and understand whether they're compatible with someone on a deeper, more meaningful level. These insights are essential for helping advocates avoid matches that aren't founded on authenticity or shared principles. It's not fun to start daydreaming when I'm not meant to. If I stop paying attention to a lecture, I'll sometimes notice 10 minutes have passed and I daydream. Like, yeah, that is also, like, not that I'm perfectly able to pay attention during a lecture. I don't really attend lectures anymore because I'm done courses. But like, yeah, when I was attending lectures, courses, like, was I good at paying attention? Yes. But if ever I was not paying attention, it was like, I was just like thinking about something else. Like, but I definitely was not daydreaming. Like, to me, the fact that like, you even mentioned that, like, I'm just like curious, like, of what that experience is. Like, part of me like wants to know, like, what are you experiencing that I'm not experiencing? Because it's like, I might be missing out on something. The same thing with like dreaming while you're sleeping. Like I said, I never it's like once or twice a year that I'll wake up. I'm like, oh, I have an idea of what I dreamt. But when people say like, oh yeah, I dreamt like something crazy like last night, I don't know what they're experiencing. That's also like a foreign concept to me. Or like, you know, they had like a nightmare. I don't know what that means. It's like clearly, you know, they are having a very different subjective subjective experience. I am. Advocates care about integrity, and they tend to bristle when people try to change them or talk them into something that they don't believe. As a result, advocate personalities gravitate toward partners who appreciate them as they are. This also holds true for just about everybody at like a fundamental level. Like we all want to be accepted. We all want to be appreciated. I don't think it's like unique to me or unique like a subset personality types. As romantic partners, advocates are warm, caring, honest, and insightful. Shouldn't every partner be warm, caring, and honest? Is there a personality type that's like cold, uncaring, dishonest? I hope not. I don't know. This should not be like ever a groundbreaking insight into who you are. You should strive to be warm and caring and honest as a romantic partner. Once advocates do find a suitable relationship, they rarely take it for granted. Instead, they tend to look for ways to grow as individuals and strengthen their connection with their partner. This can help advocates' relationships reach a level of depth and sincerity of which many people can only dream. I mean, it definitely sounds like just foreign concept to me. Well, then you should like you should take like the dark triad personality test. If you're cold, uncaring, and dishonest, that's what you need. If you're cold, uncaring, and dishonest, you might score like pretty high on the dark triad then. The power of love. People with this personality type create a depth to their relationships that can hardly be described in conventional terms. Because of their sensitivity and insight, advocates can make their partners feel heard and understood in beautiful ways. Advocates aren't afraid to express their love, and they feel it with all their hearts. One of the things that advocates find most important is establishing genuine, deep connections with the people they care about. Again, this should hold true for the majority of people. You're not familiar with Dark Triad. It's basically, you know, a personality test of like you're not a good person. That's not how you spell it. But like, yeah. So it's triad, right? So it's 3. It's Machiavellianism, narcissism, and subclinical psychopathy. So like each of these personality types are called dark because each is considered to contain malevolent qualities. Where it's like, yeah, you know, manipulation, exploitation of others, absence of morality, unemotional callousness, and a higher level of self-interest. I mean, there are I don't think any of them are official, but there are a bunch of like dark triad personality quizzes that are online. I mean, this is the first one that pops up. Advocates tend to recognize that love isn't a passive emotion, but rather an opportunity to grow and learn. And they expect their partners to share this mindset. As a result, relationships with these personalities are not for the uncommitted or the shallow. Advocates are intensely passionate in ways that transcend the present moment, and what truly fulfills them is the way that a loving, meaningful relationship evolves and deepens over time. You're a justified narcissist. I don't know what that means, but I don't think anybody... Well, I think every narcissist will justify their narcissism. I think. I'm not an expert on narcissism. In their heart of hearts, people with the advocate personality type crave an emotional and even spiritual connection with their partner. Again, I think this holds true for just about everybody. They cherish not just the act of being in a relationship, but also what it means to become one with another person in mind, body, and soul. Again, another mention of soul in a presumably like a scientific personality test. Friendships. Advocates rarely settle for shallow, superficial relationships. When it comes to social fulfillment, they aren't satisfied by casual interactions with colleagues or classmates. Advocate personalities crave authentic, meaningful friendships. And again, I think this is unique to me. Everybody. Friendships that allow them to share their dreams. Well, I don't have any dreams. At least not in, the typical sense. I have dreams of like goals and ambitions. Bare their souls and feel understood and accepted for who they are. And again, virtually everyone wants to be understood and accepted. And if that means having just one or two confidants rather than a wide circle of acquaintances, so be it. While advocates may seem quiet or reserved to the world at large, they absolutely light up around their close friends. Few things bring them more pleasure or delight than talking through their passions, interests, and beliefs with a kindred spirit. People with this personality type enjoy the pleasure of their own company, but advocates still find it liberating to let their guard down and be completely and utterly themselves with a friend they know they can trust. And I think they're just describing like what the vast majority, not universally, will strive for friendships. It's whether they know or not that they're striving for that. The heart of the matter. Searching for a heart of gold. Advocates are known for having great expectations, not just for themselves, but also for their friendships. High on this list of expectations is authenticity. If advocates have to be fake or tone themselves down to gain someone's approval, then that person probably isn't the best friend for them. And it's hard for people with this personality type to respect someone who won't be honest with them in return, let alone anyone who can't be honest with themselves. Another expectation that advocates bring to their friendships is mutual support and growth. Having fun together is wonderful, but for these personalities, it isn't quite enough. Advocates want to surround themselves with friends who inspire them to learn and expand and improve themselves. For them, the surest way for two friends to deepen their bond is by helping each other move forward on their respective life missions. In friendships, advocates aren't just searching for someone to spend time with, they want to find a soulmate, someone who resonates with their passions and their convictions. Yeah. I think just describing universal friendship. This is a tall order, and advocates may feel that it's difficult to meet the sort of friends they're seeking, because I'm so special, because their personality type is so rare, I'm so unique. Advocates may meet relatively few people who really remind them of themselves. As a result, they may worry that they need to settle for less than friendships, or else accept being alone. Loyalty and authenticity. Fortunately, people with this personality type are more than capable of finding the types of friends they long to meet. They might just have to devote additional energy to it. Sometimes these friends may be hiding in plain sight, among acquaintances whom advocates simply don't know all that well. This personality type is known for having astute first impressions of other people, but even advocates can miss the deeper potentials of the people they encounter on a daily basis. When they give these people a chance, advocates may find that they share values and attitudes that make them compatible on a deeper level. The test doesn't seem well. I think that's a good thing, unless you're looking to be, which I hope you're not. Once they do find genuine friendships, advocates make loyal, caring companions. At times, they may even be surprised by the fierceness of the loyalty and devotion they feel toward their friends. Few situations in life bring out advocates' bravery and commitment quite like the opportunity to stand up for a friend who. With their trademark warmth and enthusiasm, advocate personalities support their friends' efforts to grow and expand their lives. Ultimately, the only way to be counted among advocates' true friends is to be authentic, honest, real. Over the years, advocates may end up with just a few true friendships rather than a wide circle of casual acquaintances. But as long as those friendships are built on a richness of mutual understanding, advocates wouldn't have it any other way. Parenthood. How am I as a parent? How many sections are there? Parenthood, career, ooh. Okay. My instinct is to protect my children from pain, but adversity is often the thing that gives us character and backbone. As parents, this is from the renowned Nicole Kidman, former wife of Tom Cruise. I don't know, I guess they're a fellow INFJ, which again, I think is meaningless. Advocates have a clear vision for what matters to them, raising their children to be independent and all-around good people. Well, I'm hoping every parent strives to raise children that are independent, all-around good people. Are there other personality types that raise children to be dependent and all-around bad people? Advocate personalities take their responsibilities seriously, and if they become parents, they think deeply about how they can shape their children's lives and experiences in positive ways. 4.1 Machiavellianism. Ooh. I recommend that you tone down the Machiavellianism. I'm not a fan of Machiavelli. Parenthood isn't easy, but what I will say, like, given your econ brain, does it surprise me that you score higher on Machiavellianism? No. Parenthood isn't easy, but few advocates expect it to be. These personalities know that many of life's most worthwhile pursuits are also the most challenging. A mindset that helps advocates keep sight of joy and fulfillment amid the daily struggles of raising children. In many ways, parenting allows advocates to make wonderful use of their strengths, including creativity, passion, and the incredible strength of devotion that they feel toward those they love. You don't know what Machiavellianism means? So Machiavelli they wrote The Prince. I probably shouldn't get into it now, but basically, Machiavelli, in my opinion, some people might have a different opinion, but Machiavelli, not a great person. Well, thank you, I guess, but I'm not doing anything special. And yeah, if you convince someone to not become a flat earther, I think that requires patience. And kudos to you for doing that. I think that deserves a lot of credit. Caring and loyal. Advocate parents are willing to do pretty much whatever it takes to better their children's lives. But it would be a mistake to think that parents with this personality type are pushovers. In fact, advocates can be quite strict because their commitment to building the children's character in the long term is rarely outweighed by momentary considerations, such as giving the child a piece of candy to help stop a tantrum. While advocates bring many gifts to raising children, it's important to note that no parent is perfect. At times, advocates may hold their children unrealistic standards that don't take into account each child's personality or stage of development. For example, they might expect their child to model the same integrity and honesty they expect from themselves, becoming dismayed whenever their child behaves in a way that they perceive to be ungenerous or unethical. Or they might push their child to be independent and creative and unique, seeing it as a sign of weakness. Their child craves external structure and guidance. To be fair, they are from a third world nation and didn't get the access to education they deserve. Don't really blame them. Yeah, so it's good that you're able to take that into account or put it into context. Again, kudos to you. You're doing the Lord's work, as they say. Advocate parents may unconsciously project a great deal of their own beliefs and values onto their children. Don't all parents like project their beliefs and values onto the children? I think, yeah. How can you not, as a parent, do that? To a child, all of these expectations can feel contradictory and impossible to fulfill. And depending on the child's personality and their developmental stage, these expectations might actually be impossible to fulfill. In adolescence, children might rebel by flouting these standards or by espousing beliefs that go against their advocates' parents' values. In this situation, advocates may feel that their children are criticizing or rejecting them, a hurtful thing to such a sensitive personality type. Dude, I reject this sensitive personality type. I guess that means I'm sensitive. But on the bright side, I'm apparently less narcissistic than 87% of people and only slightly more psychopathic than average. So, like, I think it's a good thing that you score low on the narcissism. Advocates strive to make sure that their children grow up with a firm understanding of the difference between right and wrong. I think all parents strive. Obviously, some do it better than others. But I think the intentions of the vast majority of parents is to, have their children grow up with a firm understanding of the difference between right and wrong. Parents with this personality type encourage their children to fight for a cause that they believe in and to be the best they can be. Whatever age the children might be, advocates can find a great deal of fulfillment and meaning simply in helping the children learn to be true to themselves. Ultimately, advocate parents tend to realize that it isn't a sign of failure if their children turn out differently than they had expected. Instead, they come to see this as a sign that they've successfully raised someone who has the ability to form their own ideals. Advocates' children often come to appreciate the combination of independence and integrity with which they were raised, especially as they get older. I mean, I think this entire parenting section is pretty meaningless. So, career paths. Let's see what it says about my career or job prospect. It's better to fail while striving for something wonderful, challenging, adventurous, and uncertain than to say, I don't want to try because I may not succeed completely. Advocates long to find a career that aligns with their values and their dreams, a career that allows them to fulfill their unique mission in this world. For these personalities, a job isn't satisfying if it doesn't offer a deeper sense of purpose, no matter how good the salary is. I think this holds true for way more people than the advocate. The good news is that people with this personality type can use their creativity and determination to find work that suits their needs in just about any field. In fact, advocates have trouble deciding which job is best for them because they're able to imagine so many possibilities. They may see half a dozen wildly different paths forward, each with its own set of rewards. This can be exciting, but also stress-inducing because picking just one means letting go of so many others. Advocates may even feel a sense of loss when so many doors close because one was selected. Search for purpose. For advocate personalities, jobs that involve helping and connecting with people can be deeply satisfying. No surprise then that many advocates gravitate towards work as counselors, therapists, psychologists, social workers, yoga instructors, and I take issue with this spiritual leader. Whatever career path. Well, I am none of these things. Well, technically, as of right now, my career path is scientist. At least my official employment is, scientist with scientific company. So far, I think they're wrong. They may enjoy service industry positions that allow them to interact directly and build genuine relationships with their customers. Careers in healthcare can also be rewarding options, including occupations such as nursing, physical or occupational therapy, medicine, nutrition, or more holistic paths such as acupuncture. And welcome, Vampire Hunter D. I don't know, the Rona narrative is not crumbling, but I understand that you will consistently make that statement. Yes. I will absolutely stay boosted. I know that you're going to espouse the exact same talking point you always do. Then I seem to be more predictable than you. Well, so, okay. I guess maybe, to be as good faith as possible. You know, at one time I was a personal trainer, right? And maybe I will return to that at some point. So like, is this far off in terms of like interacting directly with people? No. Like, I interacted directly with people, and like, whatever. I enjoyed training clients one-on-one. Like, I enjoy that process. It's all the other sort of like baggage that comes with personal training that I don't like. Well, no. I don't need to find them. They need to find me. So it's like, you know, I can see how there's some overlap, I guess. And you know, whatever. At one point, I did contemplate going into medicine. At one point, I did contemplate going into nursing. I would never consider acupuncture or holistic paths. Like, the fact that they're even like bringing this up in this psychological assessment, ridiculous. And I don't think I've had Rona once so far. But like, yeah, if you're just going to derail the conversation, Hunter, like, we're not talking about that right now. Many advocates are passionate communicators. This explains why they are often drawn to careers in writing, creating many popular books, blogs, stories, video games, and screenplays. For people with this personality type, the opportunity to tell stories for a living can be nothing short of a dream come true. Other advocates might pursue music, photography, design, illustration, or fine art. Even if these artistic pursuits aren't their primary job, well, so like, as I've said before, I have no artistic ability whatsoever. Pretty much like one of the reasons why I went into science. So yeah, many advocates find that creative side hustles. Many advocates find that creative side hustles offer a much-needed outlet for the themes and ideas that occupy their imaginations. Non-profit workplaces, from museums to nature centers to food pantries, also hold a special appeal. With their focus on serving the community rather than drawing a profit, these organizations can be a natural fit for advocate personalities. But even in workplaces that are very much for profit, advocates can find ways to direct their energy and creativity toward helping others. No matter what it says on their business cards, advocates' insight can enable them to spot unusual patterns and come up with outside-the-box solutions, creating real change in others' lives. A sense of mission. Advocates are incredibly versatile, but some work environments may rub them the wrong way. This is especially true of workplaces that offer little independence or agency, forcing employees to adhere to rigid, repetitive protocols without regard for their individual needs or strengths. People with this personality type may also chafe at the criticism and pressure that come with cutthroat, competitive work environments. For this reason, many advocates seek out more flexible, autonomous positions, or branch off altogether to start their own businesses. They may also find it gratifying to create bridges between seemingly disparate professional fields. For example, by writing about psychology or by being an environmental lawyer. Such hybrid careers can offer plenty of opportunities for advocates to exercise their creativity and their love of learning. And to go back a little bit, you know, they did mention, you know, counseling, therapists, psychologists, and you know, I read a lot of psychological research. And you know, could I potentially see myself as like a therapist or counselor? Yes. I've like very loosely entertained the idea. It's like, you know, I read so much psychological research, you know, might as well like get trained in psychology. So Advocates tend to feel stifled unless their work allows them the freedom to act according to their conscience, their creativity, and their own common sense. The whole point of these analyses is to appeal to as many people as possible while also using as much unnecessary detail as possible. Yeah, exactly. Like, pretty much like casting the widest of net, basically. So that, like, yeah, something will fit the person. You pretty much... Yeah, exactly. In truth, advocate personalities can do well in any field. To be truly happy, however, they need to find work that aligns with their values and allows them some independence. Advocates crave opportunities to learn and grow alongside the people they are helping. When this happens, advocates may finally feel that they are fulfilling their life's mission, contributing to the well-being of humanity on a personal level. What are my workplace habits? So I'm supposed to have some Virgo in me. Like, I'm technically a mix of Leo and Virgo, or I guess what they call a cusp. I'm literally born on the last day of Leo, so that gives me, I'm like primarily a Leo with like a Virgo spin. But do I think Leo tracks with me? From what I understand, if I remember like the sign correctly, Leos are supposed to be like pretty extroverted and like kind of like life of the party types. That's definitely not me. But maybe that's my Virgo side. I don't know. Advocates have some specific needs when it comes to a satisfying work environment. For people with this personality type, the most rewarding work allows them to help others while also growing as a person. And it's a given that an ideal career for advocates must be in line with their individual values. Anything that gets in the way of these values, from red tape and meaningless rules to office politics and unscrupulous coworkers, can seriously sap advocates' motivation. This is a personality type that thrives in environments that promote fairness and equality. Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely strive for that. Most advocates prefer not to think of themselves as above or below anyone else, no matter where they are on the job ladder. Advocates value cooperation, sensitivity, and independence. As employees, they gravitate toward managers who are open-minded and willing to consider their input. Advocate personalities may become frustrated when they feel unheard, so having a manager who listens to them can make all the difference. Ideally, advocates will find a manager whose values align with their own and who offers them encouragement and praise. Yeah, exactly. Meaningless rule. Science. 100%. Because advocates tend to act on their convictions and aim to do their best, their morale can be vulnerable to criticism, particularly if it's unwarranted. Other morale killers for these personalities may include strict rules, formal structures, and routine tasks. They may find it especially dispiriting when they're asked to redo their work, particularly if it's for a reason that just doesn't seem valid to them. Of course, a perfect work environment isn't always possible. Advocate employees with less than ideal managers may need to draw on their inner resilience and seek out other mentors. The good news is that people with this personality type are more than capable of handling workplace challenges, including the challenge of having a difficult manager. As colleagues, advocates can be quite popular and well respected. People with this personality type are often seen as helpful, eloquent, and capable workers. Among their greatest strengths is their ability to identify others' motives and understand the root causes of conflict before anyone else even senses a disturbance. At times, efficiency may be less of a priority for advocates than collaborating with and helping colleagues who need a boost. While this is usually a strength, there is a risk that others will take advantage of advocates' desire to help. They may find themselves picking up the slack for their less dedicated coworkers at the expense of their own energy, and this definitely doesn't describe me. I definitely, when it comes to like group projects, I'm like, if if someone's not pulling their weight in group projects, I'm not going to make up that weight. I'm going to be like, you better do your job. I bet a lot of people read that and thought, I hate working in workplaces where I'm treated with... Yeah, exactly. Like, why, like... I don't think it's describing anything special here. Yeah, that's true too, I think. Advocates' determination to be helpful can leave them feeling taken advantage of. Like... No. This also doesn't describe me either. Because I'm a very boundaried person. And I'm... So, for lack of a better term, I'm really good at advocating for myself. And like, you know, pretty much what I'm willing to do or not do. And so like, whatever, if I'm good at advocating for myself, I guess that by default makes me an advocate. And I'm really good at like drawing hard boundaries. And it's like, no, you're not going to take advantage of me. Although they tend to be well-liked among their colleagues, advocates are still introverts. From time to time, they may need to step back and work alone, pursuing their own goals in their own ways. This isn't a sign of resentment or ill will, but rather a signal of advocates' need to balance serving others with their own self-care. As managers, advocates may dislike wielding their power. They prefer to think of everyone as equals, no matter what a person's business card might say. Rather than micromanage their subordinates, advocates often prefer to empower them to think and act independently. They work hard to encourage others and promote an atmosphere of mutual respect. Passionate and fair, advocate managers often take pride in identifying their subordinates' unique strengths. That's not to say that advocates have low standards. Far from it. Their sense of equality means that they expect their subordinates to live up to the standards that they set for themselves. Bosses with this personality type want their employees to be rigorous, motivated, reliable, and unfailingly honest, and they will notice if... what? Doesn't... I'm pretty sure, like, just about every boss wants their employees to be rigorous. What boss doesn't want their employees to be motivated or reliable? Whatever. Bosses with this personality type want their employees to be unmotivated, unreliable, sometimes dishonest. Like, I think this is meaningless. Like, does that personality type exist in MBTI? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Chutoy, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I like how bullies use these personality type frauds. Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, you know, some people who like take the dark triad, and like, oh yeah, I just have like a dark triad. Like, oh, I'm just a narcissist. So I can just be an a-hole. And you're an advocate too, Bokkel? Well, join the club. Apparently, like, we're the most special of the MBTI personality types. We're like the most unique. So like, wear that with a badge of honor. Irishship bias. Oh yeah, right here, sorry. Yeah, the fun part of MBTI in astrology is the survivor's bias. Anyone that is lucky enough to be guessed right will be more likely to believe in the stuff. Much like how surviving World War II planes never had bullet holes in the engine or cockpit. Yeah. Survivorship bias, like, yeah. The Barnum effect, survivorship bias, your own personal bias. I think it all comes into play as to why these tests, like, resonate with people. No. Definitely, the INFJs. We are the most special. The test itself said so. Right here. From the first sentence, advocates may be the rarest personality type of all. So like, we are the most special. And I'm gonna leave my mark on the world. Whether that's good or bad remains to be seen. where was I? I was wrapping this up. Yeah. Advocate managers can be particularly stern if they catch someone behaving in a way that they consider unethical. These personalities have little tolerance for lapses in reliability or morality. When their employees' good intentions match their own, however, advocate bosses work tirelessly to ensure that their entire team feels valued, fulfilled, and successful. I'm a shut up, stop asking questions personality type. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't blame you. I encounter some people, like, in my real life, like, even this stuff. Like, you know, as much as I want to call them out on it, pick your battles. Like, rather not deal with that. So what's the conclusion? I'm assuming Kate Blanchett. I think this, like, you know, I think it's just like consistent ego stroking. You know, it's like quoting Kate Blanchett. The previous quotes were like from Nicole Kidman, Jimmy Carter, former president. In the end, it's your actions, how you respond to circumstance, that reveals your character. What you have read so far is just an introduction into the complexities of the kind-hearted, creative, and incredibly rare advocate personality type. So, like, you know, I'm a unicorn. Don't forget that. The incredibly rare and coveted advocate personality type. Along the way, you may have muttered to yourself, wow, this is so accurate. Well, and you weren't paying attention to this. It's a little creepy. Or finally, someone understands me. May have even asked, how do they know more about me than the people I'm closest to do? I said any of these things. If you feel understood right now, it's because you are. Years of research have given us deep insights into the unique strengths and challenges of advocates like you. We understand your creativity and your passion and your commitment to doing the right thing, but we also understand the dark side of your personality type. Nagging fear that you might not reach your full potential and make the most of your one wild and precious life. Advocates' gift include idealism, determination, and the ability to envision a better future, but they don't just want to hear what makes them great. Advocates are committed to actually using these gifts to become better people and serve a greater purpose in this world. That's why we've made it our mission to help advocates like you not only... where the sales pitch comes in. That's why we've made it our mission to help advocates like you not only appreciate your gifts, but also make the most of them. Learning about your personality type is fascinating, but there's a deeper purpose to it, too. Because self-understanding is what helps you ensure that you don't miss out on whatever it is that you were put on this earth to do. So here's our question for you. Advocate, are you ready to take full advantage of your unique strengths, one-of-a-kind strengths, to unlock your true, exceptional potential? And making me feel real good here. If so, your premium profile will give you new insights into your personality, your relationships, your career path, and your life's mission. This is the journey of a lifetime, and you'll find everything you need to get started by moving on to the next section. Yeah. With a nice payment. I think workplaces use this stuff to create an authoritarian culture with forced dynamics, but without any of the resentment. Yeah, I think it's potentially really toxic and like whatever. Like it's a deep concern of mine that workplaces are using this. That like places of employment are using this to screen people. I don't know. Maybe to recruit people, form teams, groups. Just awful. And yeah, because it gives them an out. It gives them an excuse. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's in the title of my stream. Like, I think this is like straight pseudoscience. But like, this is popular pseudoscience. Like, this is pervasive. And it's like, as I mentioned before, like, I see this on like some people's like dating profiles. Like, oh yeah, I'm an INFJ. You know, I'm the rarest personality type. That's an excellent question. Like, should like, do we deal with this through legislation? Or like, is there a legal framework to deal with this? Like, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer. But like, I do think it has to be dealt with. Is it just through, just more information sharing? I don't know, because like, this is not going away. And if anything, it seems to be like, whatever, either it's persisting or getting more popular. And I think it's like, that's obviously like total wrong direction to go in. like I'm an advocate for like getting rid of the, like, abolishing the MBTI, erase it from existence, stop using it. That's my true advocate personality. Yeah, exactly. Put here for a purpose, like all of the nice phrases to make you feel good about yourself. Excellent point. What possible purpose could these infants serve other than to live a short, brutal life of heroic suffering, or do they not have a purpose? Yeah. They unfortunately, they just weren't born an advocate, right? And so they just have no purpose. I work in government, literally throwing packs. Yeah. As I covered earlier in the stream, like, large, like, Fortune 500 or Fortune 100 companies, like, use the MBTI. Like, it's just, like, mind-boggling. As I covered, like, earlier, through actual, like, scientific literature, the MBTI is, like, it's useless. Great pseudoscience. Me, it's in, like, the pseudoscience category with astrology. Some people put it a step above astrology, but to me, it's in the same basket. All right, so I guess maybe to wrap up stream, I'll do the dark triad personality test just to see how psychopathic I really am. It's not wise to tell your secret. Neutral. People see me as a natural leader. 3, I like to get revenge on authorities. 3, I like to use clever manipulation to get my way. 3, I hate being the center of attention. I'm neutral on that. I avoid dangerous situations. 3, whatever it takes, you must get the important people on your side. Think framing of the question. I would that many group activities tend to be dull without me. I slightly disagree. Payback needs to be quick and nasty. 3, avoid direct conflict with others because they may be useful. I disagree. I know that I am special because everyone keeps telling me. Disagree. People often say I'm out of control. 3, it's wise to keep track of information that you can use well later. Disagree. I like to get acquainted with important people. That it's true that I can be mean to others. You should wait for the right time to get back at people. I feel embarrassed if someone compliments me. No, that people who mess with me always regret it. I'll read you. People who mess with me also, if I disagree, that means they don't regret it. Yeah, okay. Trying to tease out, like, trying to frame it. I don't even know what mess with me means anyways. But like, yeah, I guess if someone disagrees with me, I don't think that they regret it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my original answer. There are things you should hide from other people, because they don't need to know. Pretty broad question. I mean, I'm pretty neutral on that. I've been compared to famous people. I think I have. Or no, that's not true. I've been compared to Ben Shapiro, because apparently I sound like Ben Shapiro. I'll still go who disagree. I have never gotten into trouble with the law. Make sure your plans benefit you, not others. Slightly disagree. I am an average person. Neutral on that, I have no idea. I enjoy having sex with people I hardly know. Strong disagree. Most people can be manipulated. That's probably true. And I might include myself in that. I insist on getting the respect I deserve. That, I don't care. I'll say anything to get what I want. 3. Get results. Catch up with chat. I'm a 2 on Machiavellianism. I'm pretty low on psychopathy. 2.4 on narcissism. The true you is just beyond... Yeah, exactly. Or charging for the MBTI. Honestly, I think MBTI seems to be more harmful. Yeah, like, I understand your point of, like, since it's being used in workplaces, I totally see the potential, if not actual harm. I certainly know it's a leech on the economy and an enabler of bullying cultures and an excuse organizations use to pretend that, yeah, 100%. Fighting is an objective method of resolving disagreements. It doesn't lead to knowledge of the truth, but it sure is objective. I can't disagree with that at all. At least astrology doesn't have the pretense of science. Fair. Like, I do recognize that more people recognize that astrology is pseudoscience. I just wish more people recognize that MBTI is pseudoscience. I appreciate that sentiment, but, you know, some people have told me that I sound like Ben Shapiro. Take their word for it. What I hope is that I don't get confused for Ben Shapiro. That's a little bit of a nightmare of mine. Well, that. Yeah, I'm sure. That's exactly what everyone pictures about me. Huge orgy goer. How do I interpret these graphs? The box below shows the distribution of scores on the SD3. Use the tab to switch between the traits. So US adults estimated, OSSP users. It's supposed to be like me. I don't know. Either way, it looks like, well, I'm glad that I don't score high on any of these. 1 is the lowest, 5 is to high. Guess I score whatever right in the middle in narcissism. Narcissism is the personality trait of vanity, self-superiority, entitlement, and dominance, craving admiration and submission. People high in narcissism believe that they deserve more than anybody else, as they are better than everybody else. The trait is named after a character from Rome. Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know how this... I have no idea how official this is. Which I'm pretty sure it's, like, completely unofficial. I don't think these actually mean it. As of right now, this is... Even though, like, the Dark Triad, if I remember correctly, that's a legitimate psychological test. This is not one of them, I'm reasonably sure. 2 tabs. So yes, I am an INFJ. I am an advocate. With, apparently I score high on assertiveness. Alright, so I'm gonna, fortunately, have to end the stream here. I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Like I said, I'm taking on more responsibilities at my part-time job, which might not be so part-time in the near future. Might be full-time. In fact, maybe almost certainly full-time. But like, yeah, I'm hoping to get back to a more regular streaming schedule. Always a work in progress. Is this a clip of me saying something ridiculous? Or is this like the entire VOD? Ridiculous. That's exactly what everyone pictures about me. Huge orgy goer. Yeah. Advocates appear only in dungeon levels 15 and 16. They shoot fireballs. No, you're in the right place. But, so, exactly, huge, H-U-G-E, huge orgy goer. So, my next stream, will be a workout stream. I'm scheduled to have a workout stream on Friday afternoon. And there's almost no reason why that should be canceled. Like, yeah. At the very least, I'm trying to be consistent with the workout streams. At least once per week, a workout stream. And if I work full time with the company, that should allow me to do more workout streams. Might be able to increase it to like 2 or 3 times per week, which would be great. And like, yeah, I'm aiming for at least, you know, 1 science stream a week and 1 workout stream. But I'm looking to increase. But right now my schedule is pretty chaotic. And like, again, if I start working full time, like I have to kind of like settle into like a routine. And it'll take some time to get back to like, but it's always a work in progress. But just know that I am trying to like get back to a consistent streaming schedule, get back to covering science consistently, because there was more that I want to cover here, not just the MBTI. But regardless, I still very much enjoyed going through all of this MBTI stuff, doing the quiz, and seeing how ridiculous the description of my personality is. Because like, yes, I think some of it is way off. And like, I see like the ego stroking in real time of like, oh yeah, like you're just super special as an advocate. You know, you're one of a kind. And, you know, just have like, some untapped potential. You're gonna change the world. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, as mentioned before, just like trying to, you know, cast the widest net. That, you know, it's just ambiguous enough that like nobody can disagree with. You know, as a manager, with my personality type, I like my employees who are like good employees. They're reliable, they're motivated, you know, groundbreaking stuff. So yeah, with that, let's see if there's anybody to raid into. I think we are going to raid into Boy Meets Mini. So yeah, so like I said, my next stream almost certainly be on Friday, a workout stream, and I'm gonna try to do another science stream this weekend. But no promises or guarantees, but just know that I'm trying. Yeah, thank you to everyone that passed by, tuned in, and followed. Thank you so much, Zeron, for passing by, and the sub. Always grateful, always appreciated. Thank you, Chutoy, Bob Marley, Oily Olive, Moon. Thank you, Alec, for the raid. Thank you, Tina 2, for the follow and for passing by. I'm missing a bunch of people. And also thank you for the follow, the Ghost of Avalon. And Jack2889, thank you for the follow. And also YOLO Bong and stuff. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. So yeah, we are going to raid into Boy Meets Mini. Great lefty streamer, in my opinion. You should give them a follow. They do racing streams. They also cover politics. And as someone who does racing streams, they also cover CRT, or as they say, critical racing theory. So you should give them a follow. And yeah, thank you everyone again. Super grateful. And again, looking to stream more consistently. But until next time, take care and be well, and give Boy Meets Minnie a follow.
Would watch that. Let me just see what that is. Is it quick? Oh, it's 15 minutes. We'll do it another time. I do have it on Discord. I did see it on Discord.